Chapter 502. Beep, the Tao heart of the Son of Destiny is broken. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. The smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. See, this is the benefit of laying the foundation. It was a piece of cake. Plunder 1,500 luck and 15,000 villain points. If he hadn't sent Han Qingqiu back to the Immortal Palace and used his words and actions to guide Xiaofeng's imagination, he wouldn't be so angry and sullen. Originally, in Xiaofeng's heart, Han Qingqiu was already in his bag. But now, seeing his woman, a proud fairy, throwing herself into the arms of a hypocritical true demon with his own eyes, such a blow was undoubtedly fatal. If Han Qingqiu had always been cold to him, she would have ignored him. At most, Xiaofeng would only be angry and jealous. He definitely wouldn't break his own Tao heart like now. But, hee little leak, you haven't done your duty. How can I bear to kill you now? What's your name? Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. He reached out to hold Han Qingqiu's hand and looked at Xiaofeng. Gulp. Xiaofeng swallowed his heart blood, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. My lord, disciple Feng Yi. Looking at his overly exaggerated expression, Yu Zhao's face turned cold, and she felt inexplicably unhappy. Although she knew that this disciple had an inferiority complex, she didn't think that he would try to curry favor with the people of the sacred sect. Moreover, she was prepared to nurture Feng Yi into a peerless expert and find out the secret of her senior sister's death to fight against the sacred sect. But looking at Feng Yi's appearance, it was hard to count on him. Yu Xiao probably didn't expect that Xiaofeng wasn't afraid of the sacred sect. He was afraid of Ling Xiao's true demon identity. Although the people of the sacred sect were domineering, they were still the leader of the righteous path. He wouldn't kill anyone in broad daylight, but true demons were different. They killed people based on their preferences. At this moment, Xiaofeng was very worried. If Ling Xiao was unhappy, he would be charged with the crime of offending him and kill him with a single slash. Oh, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm not a good person. I'm afraid that you must have some regrets in your heart after seeing your face disfigured. Seeing the excitement on Xiaofeng's face, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a playful smile. Suddenly, he took out a medicinal pill and threw it at Xiaofeng. This pill is called the Facial Restoration Pill. It belongs to the upper tier of the 4th grade. Eat it, and you'll be able to regain your previous appearance. Ling Xiao wasn't lying. He had already heard about Xiaofeng's self-destruction from the system notification. Therefore, on the way here, Ling Xiao had personally sought out Pill Elder and spent a lot of spiritual materials to concoct a pill of little value. As for the purpose, it was naturally to help others. This Xiaofeng was indeed the mandate of heaven. Even now, the smile on his face was extremely humble and sincere, and there was not the slightest clue that there was anything wrong with it. However, even if you want to hide, I have plenty of ways to make you reveal your true colors. What? So the disciple of Cold Moon's celestial palace, Feng Yi, was the infamous true demon Xiaofeng of the western border. In this way, before the opening of the immortal world, he would be able to harvest it at any time when he entered the immortal world. Otherwise, with so many leaks here, I'm afraid that I won't be able to eat it. After all, although this thing is good, it will take time to digest it. Recover my appearance. Xiaofeng took the jade by Ling pill with one hand, and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. Damn! It wasn't easy for me to destroy my appearance, hide from the world, and hide in Cold Moon's celestial palace to wait for the day when I enter the immortal world. You actually want me to recover my appearance? I think you just want me to die. Now, the blame of him being a true demon was firmly placed on him. It was said that the divine messenger from the holy sect was looking for him all over the western border. Although Xiaofeng clearly knew that the real devil was right in front of him, but how many people would believe his words? Ling Xiao, I think you're targeting me, but I don't have any evidence. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Xiao Feng bowed, and his mind was filled with thoughts. In the end, he raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with true feelings, like the vast grassland. But, my lord, I am ashamed to accept such a divine pill. Ye's appearance has been destroyed for a long time. Now this ugly appearance is more like a kind of encouragement, urging me to work hard in cultivation. So, please take back this pill, my lord. Hearing Xiafeng's words, the surrounding people were all moved. Even Yu Xiao looked at the disciple beside her with astonishment. She didn't expect that Feng Yi, who usually looked like a yes-man, would have such a belief in his heart, using ugliness as a stubbornness to urge cultivation. No wonder he had already comprehended the Tao law at such a young age and cultivated to the 4th stage, Divine General. With such a temperament, why would he not be able to reach the great Tao? Feng Yi, you're indeed my disciple. Master thinks highly of you. Too touching, this young man is too touching. His appearance was destroyed, but not only did it not destroy his self-esteem, it made his temperament even more tenacious. He should be the role model for cultivators of our generation. In the forest, Yuan Yao, who was wearing a golden robe, suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed. Unknowingly, her eyes were filled with tears. This, beside her, many geniuses nodded and sighed in their hearts, as expected of Princess Yuan Yao, a saint with a benevolent heart. Looking at the suffering of the common people, one would unconsciously feel sorrow. Young Master Mo, do you know this young man? I want to befriend him. I want to use the power of the dynasty to help him cultivate. Yuan Yao suddenly turned to look at the black-clothed young man beside her and asked in a deep voice, He, in the entire western border, how can there be someone that I, Mo Wuya, don't know? Even if I don't know him, he should know me, not to mention a disciple of the Cold Palace. I even know that young lord. Mo Wuya smiled indifferently. His black robe fluttered in the wind, giving him a somewhat otherworldly feeling. Actually, he knew a hammer like Feng Yi and Ling Xiao. He was just pretending to be profound in front of the woman he loved. Sure enough, when Yuan Yao saw the cold arrogance on Mo Wuya's face, a strange light flashed through her beautiful eyes. Even the surrounding geniuses did not have the slightest doubt. They all praised him. That's right, with young Master Wuya's status, who in the western border doesn't know him. I guess young Master Wuya and that young lord must have similar temperaments. Both of them are righteous and unyielding people. Following young Master Wuya is indeed the right choice. Young Master Mo, later, you must introduce me to that young lord. Yuan Yao lowered her head and smiled faintly. However, Mo Wuya's expression suddenly froze. The hell? Didn't you want to befriend that disciple of the Cold Moon Palace? A mere disciple. Even if he was a true disciple, Mo Wuya naturally did not care about him. He only needed to find an opportunity to get to know him. With his talent, he would at most be able to coax this person into liking him with a few words. However, that young lord was clearly a cold and arrogant person. It was not that he was not confident in his eloquence. He was truly afraid that young lord would not give him a chance at all. Damn! I was careless. Oh, you mean you don't want my spiritual pill? At this moment, Ling Zhao's expression turned gloomy again after hearing Xiafeng's words. Little brother, you're not giving me face. You're rejecting my good intentions in front of so many people, and you're saying it in such a righteous manner? If you eat my spiritual pill, it will delay your cultivation? Then this spiritual pill, you have to eat it properly. If I don't give you the fortune, you can't snatch it. Otherwise, you'll die. However, if I give it to you, you can't refuse it. Otherwise, you'll still die. Chapter 503. No. Sir, I'm just ashamed to accept it. Given Xiafeng's character, how would he dare to offend Ling Xiao now? However, Regardless of whether or not this pill was poisonous, this demon had evil intentions. Who knew if he was secretly trying to poison him to death? Even if this pill wasn't poisonous, once he ate it and regained his appearance, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Given the strength of the people here, Xia Feng would probably be killed by those righteous people the moment he showed up. If I say I'm not ashamed, then I'm not ashamed. Just eat it. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, and the coldness on his face intensified. Xia Feng definitely had to enter the Immortals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to sneak into Cold Moon Palace. However, before entering, Ling Xiao felt that it was still necessary to expose him. This way, his identity as a true demon would be confirmed. Who would believe him then? Otherwise, once he had the chance and made a few friends, Ling Xiao's forbidden demon body would be exposed. As a villain, of course, he had to be more cautious. There were many heavenly wills here. Who knew if they would cause any trouble when they were together? As for how he would enter the mystic realm later? Haha, if I say I can let him in, he will definitely be able to. Would you believe me? This isn't too good, sir. Xia Feng was still trying to resist, but Ling Xiao's face had a cold smile. Junior brother, the aura on your body reminds me of someone. Who? Xia Feng's body trembled, and a flash of fear appeared in his eyes. Impossible. Sir, Feng Yi has been training in the mountains since young and has never come out. Now that he has joined Cold Moon Palace, he has been cultivating in the sect. Sir, you must be mistaken. Is that so? Gung Metal Dao Law. There's a faint trace of demonic intent on you. You can't be the true demon prince of Great Xia Feng, right? Ling Xiao's tone was filled with doubt, and even his expression was solemn. F***CK. How could he feel any demonic intent? It was just that this person was Xia Feng. Of course, he would blame everything on him. Thus, even if he wanted to refute, he didn't have the confidence. What, Xia Feng? Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding people instantly froze. Even the Cold Moon Palace master's eyes flickered with shock. Xia Feng's name was known throughout the entire western border. As a true demon, his methods were cruel. But why would this devil appear in his Cold Moon Immortal Palace? If this was true, how was she going to explain it to the divine envoy? But this Feng Yi had devil intent? How could I, a 7th grade divine emperor, not sense it? How did this Ling Xiao sense it? Could it be that he had a supreme treasure that could detect demonic will? Or did Lord Oracle teach him some secret technique? Yes, that must be it. There were many experts in the sacred church, and they were all skilled. Although she was a 7th grade divine emperor, she was nothing compared to those lords. For some reason, the Frost Moon Palace master felt even more reverence for Ling Xiao. Xia Feng? Isn't he the devil who killed the great Zhou princess and the grandson of Great Xia's imperial preceptor, Qiao Yunli? How is that possible? Cold Moon Immortal Palace is actually hiding a devil? This Frost Moon Palace master is not right. The discussion was like a tidal wave, but Xia Feng's face was slightly pale. How is that possible? Where did the devil intent come from? You are the devil. Your whole family is devils. Also, how did this Ling Xiao see through my identity? Suddenly, Xia Feng felt a chill in his heart. His entire body felt like it was about to turn cold. Haha, my little leek, don't be nervous. I won't let you die here. You have to know that as a leek, you should have the awareness of a leek. If you don't release the last bit of light and heat, even the Heavenly Emperor won't be able to kill you. I said it. Ha! Ha ha ha! Lord, what kind of joke are you making? How can I be the true demon of Great Xia that everyone is cursing? I heard that the true demon is handsome and has a royal aura. I am just a mortal. You can't slander me just because I comprehended the same Tao law as him, right? Xia Feng's eyes trembled. To be honest, he really wanted to turn around and run. However, Once he left Cold Moon Immortal Palace today, he would be fully recognized as a devil. More importantly, he would lose the opportunity to enter Cold Moon Immortal Palace. He could not afford to pay this price. That's right, young master. My disciple, Feng Yi, is an upright and low-profile person. How can he be that evil true demon? Did you make a mistake? Yu Xiao moved slightly and stood in front of Xiaofeng. Given the ruthlessness of the sacred sect, they would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. Feng Yi did offend you, but he shouldn't have died, right? Why was he suddenly labeled as a devil? In Yu Xiao's opinion, Ling Xiao was most likely trying to find an excuse to get rid of this disrespectful disciple. However, if you really dare to kill the innocent, I will stop you even if you are the disciple of a divine envoy. Are you mistaken? As long as you eat this pill, everything will be clear. What's there to argue about? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. The Tao Law energy around him quietly surged. Between heaven and earth, wind howled and thunder clouds gathered. It was as if he was really angry. For your innocence and for your future, eat it. Yu Xiao snorted and turned to look at Xiaofeng. The latter opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, when he sensed the killing intent in Cold Moon Palace Master and Ling Xiao's eyes, he finally put the pill into his mouth. Heaven and earth fell silent. At the foot of Cold Moon Mountain, everyone stared at Feng Yi with a serious expression. If this person was really a devil, whoever could kill him would definitely become a little devil slayer hero and gain the appreciation of this young lord. Damn! This is a chance. The disciples who originally sympathized with Feng Ye's bad luck now inexplicably hoped that he was Xiaofeng. Sigh. That young lord seems to be too domineering. In front of the forest, Yuan Yao frowned slightly and walked toward Ling Xiao. However, before she could get close, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xiaofeng's face. Why aren't you swallowing it? Are you trying to absorb it? Puchi. Shocked, Xiaofeng immediately spat out the pill. Before the crowd could react, the young man who was slapped to the ground by Ling Xiao stood up and rushed toward the distant sky. You know what I mean, right? However, he didn't give anyone any time to react. His figure had already appeared a few hundred meters away. Damn. He ran away just like that? Everyone looked at each other with dazed expressions. Even Cold Moon Palace Master and Yu Xiao were in disbelief. This person, could he really be Xiaofeng? Buzz. Cold light filled the sky. Cold Moon Palace Master stepped forward and wanted to chase after Xiaofeng. However, Ling Xiao waved his hand and stopped her. Palace Master, there is no need for you to do such a small thing. Leave it to me. What a joke. Of course, only I can eat my chives. Why would a woman like you eat chives? Cold Moon Palace Master frowned slightly and did not dare to move. However, she understood that this young lord wanted to make a contribution. A young man who slays demons would be praised by the world. Using this opportunity, Ling Xiao's position in the Holy Church would be more stable. However, what can I do? I am just a pawn of the Holy Church, a pawn that is half abandoned. Of course, I don't dare to offend this disciple of the Holy Church. Lord, please wait. However, just as Ling Xiao pretended to chase after Xiaofeng, a beautiful figure suddenly walked out from the crowd. Her face seemed to be filled with anxiety and sadness. It was the Princess of Daiyuan, Yuan Yao. Chapter 504. Let's talk about it another day. I still have to go and slay the demons. Ling Xiao frowned, but he sneered in his heart. Great. I was just thinking about how to create an excuse for Xiaofeng to escape, and you gave me the opportunity. I wonder if you'll run over with a pillow when I want to sleep? Sir, don't be anxious. Yuan Yao shook her head with a faint smile on her face. Behind her, Emo Wuya braced himself and followed her. At this moment, his heart was hesitant, helpless, and nervous. This was because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would expose the **T he had boasted about earlier. But if he didn't come over, he was afraid that with Yuan Yao's temper, she might anger His Excellency and be killed by him. What exactly do you want? A trace of coldness flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. This Yuan Yao couldn't have been so benevolent to this extent, right? From what she did before. Ling Xiao had roughly guessed that this princess of the Yuan who cared about the people of the world was most likely the kind of woman you guys really yearned for and pretended to hate. She was pure and kind to everyone. She lived in her own world. That white moonlight. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao had underestimated her. What was she doing now? She was creating time for Xia Feng to escape. F***CK. To put it nicely, Yuan Yao's actions were benevolent and kind. To put it bluntly, this was Mali, protecting demons. Sir, I think that junior brother Feng, you might not be Xia Feng. He might have suddenly thought of something urgent and left in a hurry. Yuan Yao's expression was serious as she looked at Ling Xiao innocently. But I'm afraid that his departure has already caused Sir to completely misunderstand. With Sir's strength, he might not even have the chance to explain himself. So, I think Sir should give him a chance to explain himself before making a decision. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Yao in front of him in a daze. Her expression was very proper. He suddenly left because of something urgent? How could that be called leaving in a hurry? Didn't you see that his shoes had fallen on the ground? Give him a chance to explain himself. You're talking as if I wanted to kill him just now. That's right. What Princess Yuan Yao said made sense. Perhaps that Feng you really has something to do and has no choice but to leave. Princess is benevolent. Damn it. Earlier, I wanted to kill junior brother Feng Yi. Fortunately, otherwise, wouldn't I have become a murderer? Thank you for your reminder, Princess. It seems that we were too one-sided. It's not very accurate to judge based on subjective assumptions. Moreover, what shocked Ling Xiao even more was that there were countless voices of agreement coming from the mountain path. In the blink of an eye, the resentment on their faces towards the demons disappeared and was replaced with a touch of guilt. Holy shit, what made you change your stance so easily? But suddenly, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. He had already figured out how to deal with this destiny of moonlight. Aren't you merciful? Then I'll help you be completely merciful. Young Master Mo, you're familiar with His Excellency. Why don't you say a few words of advice? Seeing the hesitation on Ling Xiao's face, Yuan Yao turned to look at Mo Wuya. The latter's eyes narrowed and there was panic in the depths of his eyes. It's here. This awkward and embarrassing moment still came. How the hell am I familiar with His Excellency? I just wanted to brag behind his back and get a good impression. Who knew this time I've lost a lot of face? Cough, cough. Mo Wuya smiled awkwardly and bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Master, do you still remember Wuya? Mo Wuya? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and Mo Wuya was also stunned. Master seems to know my name? I remember you. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. His tone was gentle like a cool breeze and rain, nourishing one's heart. Naturally, he had heard the name Mo Wuya from Qin Wushuang, but in terms of familiarity, most likely this guy was just bragging to Yuan Yao. However, since this person comprehended the holy law, if I give him some face and some benefits, do you think he will turn into a bootlicker and brag about me? Although Ling Xiao did not know the true meaning of the holy law, it was mostly related to one's words and actions. In other words, although Mo Wuya's name sounded like a peerless swordsman or swordsman, in reality he was just good at talking. As for the fact that no one had seen him fight, those who had seen him fight were all dead. Most likely he was just bragging. Regardless, it was his ability to make others believe him. Regarding his Tao law, Ling Xiao really had no interest at all. However, if he could easily recruit a bootlicker for himself, the name of Ling Xiao would spread throughout the Xingzhou. At that time, he could kill him and make the best use of him. Ha 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 ha, Master still remembers me. Yuan Yao, did you hear that? I'm not bragging, right? Moya was stunned for a while and thought hard. Could it be that he had really met this master before? I don't think so. Then Master, hiss. Master Ling Xiao, you are righteous, benevolent, kind, and gentle. Cough, cough. Master, I feel that Princess Yuan Yao's words are not without reason. However, it is up to Master to decide what to do. Wuya is willing to follow Master. After saying that, Wuya's face turned serious. His righteous aura soared to the heavens, making him look like a righteous person. Beep. The Chosen One is grateful to the great evil Demon King. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Wuya's words made people feel comfortable. He sounded neither servile nor overbearing, but the flattery in his words was very obvious. Coupled with his actions, not bad. Ha ha. Actually, I also feel that Princess Yuan Yao's words are somewhat reasonable. Fine, let's wait. I feel that Junior Marshall Brother Feng will definitely return tonight. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a gentle expression. Hearing this, the expressions of the Cold Moon Palace Master and the other experts froze. He stopped chasing just like that? This disciple of God's apostle did not seem to be very smart. What Yuan Yao said was obviously twisting words and forcing logic. Moreover, the sacred sex attitude towards demons had always been to kill wrongly rather than let them go. All the geniuses coveted Yuan Yao's beauty and status. Could it be that a dignified divine disciple was also so superficial? Also, what did you mean by saying that he would return tonight? Feng Yi had fled so decisively. However, if his brain hadn't been kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't dare to appear so easily. Suddenly, the Cold Moon Palace Master and the others fell silent. Fine, you're the master, you're awesome. It's too late to chase after the demon now. But when the divine envoy blames you, you better not regret it. Master is benevolent and wise. Yuan Yao and Moya looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement and joy. Especially Yuan Yao. How could she not know how unreasonable her request was? Everyone in the Xingzhou knew about the sacred sex attitude towards demons. But demons were also humans. They should also have a chance to turn over a new leaf. As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. However, human nature is evil. Other than me, Yuan Yao, how many people in the world can truly care about the common people? Originally, Yuan Yao was lonely and helpless. She had nowhere to vent her thoughts. But today, when she saw Lord Ling Xiao, she finally felt a trace of relief. This feeling of being acknowledged made her even more certain that as long as my heart is filled with love, I can change the world. Chapter 505. Let's go back to the Immortal Palace first. We'll talk about other things later. Ling Xiao glanced at Yuan Yao and Wuya indifferently. Then he turned around and held Han Qingqiu's hand. Under the escort of the Immortal Palace's disciples and elders, they walked towards the mountain peak. In the crowd, Yu Xiao wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she didn't open her mouth. She couldn't figure out why Feng Yi suddenly ran away. However, she was sure that her disciple wasn't the cruel true demon that the world spoke of. Although they hadn't interacted much, Yu Xiao had a thorough understanding of Feng Ye's character. He was humble and cowardly, but he was stubborn. How could such a person be a demon? No wonder Milord became a milord at such a young age. Such character and breadth of mind really make me blush with shame. Wuya sighed softly with admiration in his eyes. Approachable, humble, and courteous. Moreover, most of the ordinary geniuses who supported Yuan Yao had their own motives. After all, with this princess of the Yuan's talent and identity, if one could gain her favor, it would naturally be a great help to one's cultivation. However, there wasn't a trace of greed in Lord Ling Xiao's eyes just now. Even the way he looked at Yuan Yao was as clear as a spring. Such a person is the role model for cultivators of my generation. Most importantly, my lord didn't expose my lie just now. How kind and benevolent must his heart be to be so honorable to consider the face of a rogue cultivator like me. At this moment, Mo Wuya had already secretly vowed that he would spread my lord's good name more in the future. He would let more people know that under my lord's cold and handsome appearance there was a kind heart. No, not spreading it, but directly bragging. Beside him, Yuan Yao also nodded and chuckled. Looking at the back of the youth, a faint smile appeared on her jade-like face. My lord, you are Yuan Yao's soulmate. Uft. If Ling Xiao knew what the two of them were thinking, he would probably be so happy that he would pee in his pants. Soulmate? Stinky sister, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. I just don't want you to be afraid and hesitate. You must be firm in your Tao heart and become a saint. At that time, the stronger your Tao heart is, the more thorough the collapse will be. I don't have much time to listen to a white lotus like you preach about the Bible. So, you must work hard and love everyone. In the end, you will find that you have not changed the world, but you have made me. Cold Moon Immortal Mountain, 100 li away. Xia Feng's figure was hidden in the ancient forest, gasping for breath. At this moment, there was anger and grievance on his face, but more than that, there was a hint of confusion. Although he didn't know why Ling Xiao and the Frost Moon Palace Master didn't chase after him, he still didn't know why they didn't chase after him. But with his escape, it could be said that he had completely solidified his name as a true demon. As such, wanting to sneak into the Cold Moon Immortals was no different from a fool's dream. Even in his dreams, Xia Feng had never imagined that his originally smooth and open path to immortality would actually fall to such a state. Ling Xiao, in my previous life, you tried to kill me, and in this life, you're making things difficult for me. Fine. Who is the true demon between the two of us? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Since you cut off my path to immortality, I will send a message to Sir Divine Envoy regarding the secret of your devil body. I believe that with the ruthlessness of the saint, even if they kill the wrong person, they will never let you go. I won't go to the immortals anymore, but you must die. Buzz. However, just as Xia Feng was silently cursing in his heart, a strange buzzing sound came from the sky above him. Then he saw an old figure descend from the sky. Majestic, heavenly might pressed down like a mountain, directly crushing him into kneeling on the ground. Did he still chase after me? Very suddenly, Xia Feng's heart surged with the desire to die. Fine. Even if I die today, I will use my death to show my sincerity and tell the world the truth. You are Xia Feng? This old man has been looking for you for a long time. Xing Xin coldly looked down at the young man whose expression was changing. A trace of evil flashed across his old eyes. With the sole consciousness that Ling Xiao had placed on the imperial golden flower, he easily found Xia Feng's whereabouts. What a joke! A reborn child of destiny who also knew of Ling Xiao's identity. Before the latter appeared, Xia Feng would not have dared to easily reveal the secret of his rebirth. Naturally, he would not have dared to tell the world that Ling Xiao was a demon if he was not certain. But now his plans had been destroyed, and he was at the end of his rope. Who knew if he would do something crazy? Therefore, it was better to plant this leek in his own courtyard. He could eat it whenever he wanted. Not to mention, anyone with half a brain would have guessed Xia Feng's identity after he escaped today. But there were some things that had to be done. If he let the world see for themselves that Xia Feng was a demon, especially his beloved master, this child of destiny's Tao heart would be shattered. His lover was in the demon's arms, and his master was deceived by the demon. He could not explain it. If his Tao heart was not shattered, it could only mean that Xia Feng wanted to put on an act. I am Xia Feng, but I am not a demon. Xia Feng cried out, his eyes filled with the desire to die. Oh, you are not a demon? Then you can die. Xing Shin sneered. Sky demon energy suddenly surged around him, almost frightening Xiaofeng to death. This person is a demon? A god emperor great demon? He is not from Cold Moon Palace? Wait. Senior, wait. Who are you? Suddenly, Xiaofeng had some guesses in his heart. Could it be that this demon was looking for him to rope him in? After all, he was the most famous demon in the western frontier. Although he really was not a demon, as long as he could survive, what harm was there in pretending? I am the great demon of Xing Yuanshan. I heard that a true demon had appeared in the western frontier, so I came to find him. I did not expect you to not be one. Xing Shin shook his head in disappointment. The next moment, demonic energy swirled in his hand, and a seal appeared in the air, aimed at Xiaofeng's head. Damn! Great demon! I am a demon! Blood energy swirled around Xiaofeng's body, which vaguely took the shape of a dragon. It was full of evil energy. This was the most evil cultivation technique he had ever mastered. He was not using it to resist, but to prove it. I am a demon. As expected. The God Emperor Great Demon narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaofeng in surprise. Xiaofeng, you are indeed a demon. Not bad. There is hope for the demon lineage to rise again. Senior, I am willing to lick the fire of the demon lineage. Xiaofeng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not have time to reveal Ling Zhao's identity. Otherwise, wouldn't he have sent another god emperor to help him? Judging from the aura of this great demon, he was obviously close to a 5th stage god emperor. Such a demon must have terrifying combat strength. Wonderful. I, Xiaofeng, am indeed blessed by the heavens. When I am at the end of my rope, there is a new opportunity. Although there are endless troubles in the future if I am on the same side as a demon. But what can I do? I am at a dead end now. What troubles in the future? I have to survive first. Moreover, with this demon's protection, maybe I can create some chaos in the Cold Moon Celestial Palace. Then I can take the opportunity to sneak into the Cold Moon Celestial Palace. I heard that a divine envoy disciple came to the Cold Moon Celestial Palace. While Xiaofeng was deep in thought, a smile suddenly appeared on Xing Shen's face. Chapter 506. That's right. His name is Ling Zhao. He's currently on the Cold Moon Celestial Mountain. Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with anger at the mention of Ling Zhao. The true devil was worshipped by everyone, but he, the heaven's mandate, carried the name of a devil. Moreover, most importantly, this bastard used some unknown method to make Qingqiu have a good impression of him. No, I must find a chance to tell Qingqiu the truth. Otherwise, she would definitely lose both her body and her life. I heard that he killed another genius of the Devil Path, Riveryu, and saved the Cold Moon Celestial Maiden, Han Qingqiu. This person must die. Otherwise, my hatred will never be quelled. Xing Shin snorted coldly. Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes. No wonder Qingqiu has a good impression of Ling Zhao. So this bastard is acting like this. Killing a devil? The coldness in Xiaofeng's eyes grew thicker and thicker. At this moment, he had already guessed that Ling Zhao was putting on a show to get close to Han Qingqiu. After all, in his previous life, he liked to direct and act himself. Qingqiu, wait for me. I will expose Ling Zhao's scheme as soon as possible. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to find a suitable opportunity. What do you mean by suitable opportunity? It's probably the kind of opportunity where I can't be in danger. That's right. This person must die. He killed a disciple of the Devil Path. Senior, I suggest we kill him directly. Don't give him a chance to quibble. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and spoke with agitation. Ling Zhao, oh Ling Zhao, you didn't expect this, did you? I told you to act cool. Now, you've brought disaster upon yourself. Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile at the thought of Ling Xiao being targeted by a god emperor. The great devil will attack with lightning. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, his Dao heart would be flawless. At that time, he just needed to find a place to cultivate in peace. When he was free, he would look for the secret realms in the Shenzhou continent. His life would be complete. Yes, you've seen Ling Xiao, right? Tonight, you will accompany me to the frigid moon Immortal Mountain and kill this disciple. Just as Xia Feng was thinking about the future, Xing Shen's next words made his expression freeze. Tonight, enter the frigid moon Immortal Mountain? Kill Ling Xiao? Damn, did I hear it wrong? Although you are a great demon, and your cultivation is terrifying, there are several god emperors above the 5th grade guarding the cold moon Celestial Mountain. Are you sure you're going up the mountain to kill people and not to be killed? It was quite sudden. Xia Feng tried to recall the name Xinyuan Mountain. He had never heard of it in the western border. You're not a local devil, are you? Is he from another city? I'm afraid you don't even know the background of Cold Moon Immortal Palace, right? What? You don't dare? Xing Shen looked at Xia Feng coldly. Those who survived a great disaster were bound to have good fortune in the future. The ancients didn't lie. Humph, do you believe me now? Seeing the excitement on Xia Feng's face, Xing Shen's lips curled into a mocking smile. This fool was laughing so happily, he was most likely imagining things. What a pity! From the day you met his lordship, every step you took was what his lordship wanted you to take. The whole world is acting. Only a clown like you can smile the most realistically. Smile. The more you smile now, the more you will lose in the future. The Lord will eventually step on you, the destined people, and reach the top of the world. He will make immortals and gods bow down and Buddhas kneel down. The Lord, the tribulation of all races, the death of destiny. Senior, where is this place? Is it far from Cold Moon Immortal Palace? Xia Feng was anxious. He couldn't wait to kill his way to Cold Moon Immortal Mountain and kill Ling Xiao, the true devil. Only then could he let go of all the worries in his heart. It's not far. I can reach the peak of Cold Moon Immortal Mountain with a thought. Xing Shen's expression was full of arrogance. Yes, this was Ling Xiao's realm. Just now, the pure purple chi saint physique hid in the dark and took Xia Feng and Xing Shen into his realm. Now, Ling Xiao's real body was in Cold Moon Immortal Mountain. As long as he wanted, he could summon Xia Feng to the peak in an instant. That's awesome. Senior, can you teach me the meaning of this technique? Xia Feng's eyes were full of hope. This great devil had traveled thousands of miles to find him because of his identity as a true devil. Perhaps he wanted to take him as his disciple. If he could master this technique, there would be no place in this world that he couldn't go to. You want to learn it? Xing Shen's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of evil. It's not impossible. Hearing this, Xia Feng's expression became excited. However, Xing Shen said with a serious face, "But before that, you need to destroy your cultivation base and cultivate it from the beginning." What the F*** CK? Chapter 507. What? Xia Feng was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and nodded. As expected of a secret skill, the cultivation requirements were harsh. It was not impossible to cripple one's cultivation, but to master this technique, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Now that the immortal world was about to open, he had to enter the secret realm to search for treasures. It was not appropriate to destroy his cultivation now. I understand. When the immortal world is over, please teach me the secret of this skill. Young man, you are very smart. Xing Shen was stunned. He did not expect Xia Feng to be so cruel to him. He had a secret skill with a hammer. What he said just now was just to deceive him. He did not expect Xia Feng to believe him. Thank you for your compliment. Senior, since you can reach the cold moon's celestial palace with just a thought, why don't we go and kill that demon? No, I mean the disciple of the divine envoy to avenge Jiangyu? No hurry. It's still early. It's too risky to go now. Let's wait until it's late. After saying that, Xing Xin sat cross-legged on the ground and started to cultivate. What a joke. If you go now and the cold moon celestial palace master finds out, she will kill you with a wave of her hand. You won't die tonight. However, you will be in great pain. Xia Feng did not dare to say anything. He stood aside and looked at the mountain in the distance. Ling Xiao, tonight I will kill you. Achoo. Cold moon celestial palace. In a magnificent ancient palace on top of the mountain, Ling Xiao sat in front of the table and drank tea. Beside him, Han Qingqiu was quietly brewing tea. However, there was a trace of doubt on her face. What do you want to ask? Ask away. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He put down the teacup and looked at Han Qingqiu. Young master, since you have set up so many traps, you must want to kill Xiaofeng. Why didn't you take the opportunity to kill him when he ran away? Han Qingqiu hesitated for a moment. In the end, she asked the question that was bothering her the most. Judging from Ling Xiao's previous plans, he must have wanted to kill Xiaofeng. However, the time was ripe today. Why did he let him go? Because he can't die yet. Not only can he not die, but when the time comes, I need you to do something for me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and raised his head to look outside the palace. Suddenly, a fierce aura whistled through the air. It was overflowing with Tao insight, and it faintly carried a peerless aura. Young master, please give your orders. Han Qingqiu didn't dare to ask too much. The more she interacted with him, the more she felt that she couldn't see through this young master. His methods and temperament were even more terrifying than those emperor god experts who had lived for hundreds of years. This was especially true for the indifference on his face. It was as if everything in the world was within his control. Originally, Han Qingqiu had planned to capture him with her beauty and use him as a chess piece. But now, when she saw Ling Xiao's eyes and the faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth, she felt a chill run down her spine, and her whole body went soft. Let's go. There's no rush. I'll tell you when Xiafeng comes tonight. Ling Xiao stood up and walked out of the hall. Even he was a little surprised by the sharpness just now. It was obvious that there was a good show going on outside the palace. Will Xiafeng come tonight? Looking at the tall figure who was walking away, Han Qingqiu was confused. But in the end, she didn't ask any more questions and chased after him. At the same time, outside the palace on the green stone plaza, countless heaven's favorites from the western border gathered in one place. Looking at the two figures standing before them, their eyes were filled with excitement. The western border was in chaos and there were many heaven's favorites. But the number of heaven's favorites that people feared was less than 5. And right now, the two people standing before them were the top of the western border's pyramid, Mo Wuya, Chu Tiancheng. The former's identity was mysterious, and the technique he cultivated was equally mysterious. Every heaven's favorite from the western border knew that Mo Wuya's fighting prowess was terrifying and his methods were miraculous. But no one had ever seen him fight, because everyone who had seen him fight was dead. Such a rumor undoubtedly added a trace of mystery to the 3 words, Mo. As for Chu Tiancheng, he was originally a useless prince of the Great Chu. His life was full of troubles, and he was ridiculed by everyone. But a few years ago he rose to power. Not only did he kill his own brother and become the crown prince of the Great Chu, but he also focused on the Tao. He made continuous breakthroughs and was now a 6th grade divine general. Moreover, Chu Tiancheng cultivated a peerless blade technique. Rumor has it that no one in the divine general realm could block one of his attacks. Even a deity overlord would have to avoid it. But right now, the two heavens' favorites from the western border were staring at each other coldly. They stood in the middle of the plaza with swords drawn. Why are the two of them fighting? I don't know. Chu Tiancheng is known as the Blade Maniac. He always likes to challenge the strong. Maybe he's unwilling to accept Mr. Mo's invincibility? What do you know? Rumor has it that Chu Tiancheng has liked Princess Yuan Yao for many years. When he was young, Chu Tiancheng was unparalleled and talented. The great Chu's great Yuan arranged a marriage for the two of them. Unfortunately, Chu Tiancheng was crippled overnight and the marriage was dropped. However, Princess Yuan Yao is kind and benevolent. Rumor has it that she has been encouraging Chu Tiancheng to walk out of his predicament through letters. Therefore, the two of them probably still have feelings for each other. Now, Chu Tiancheng is worthy of Princess Yuan Yao. That's right. He's standing up again. But Mr. Mo doesn't seem to be bad either. He's full of mysteries, and his Tao is natural. Although he doesn't have Chu Tiancheng's background, he's handsome. I'm on Mr. Mo's side. I think Mr. Mo is a better match for Princess Yuan Yao. Chu Tiancheng is too inflexible. Hearing the discussions in the plaza, Ling Xiao looked at the black-clothed young man who was standing opposite Mo Wuya. The corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. A love triangle. However, from the looks of it, Chu Tiancheng seemed to be stronger. 4,000 fate points, 6th grade divine general, and the tyrannical saber divine physique. His body was surrounded by an unparalleled aura. Even his eyes were as sharp as a saber. At first glance, one could tell that this person was a cultivation maniac with a pure Tao heart. Mo Wu, you might not be his opponent. Wonderful. The three heavenly wills were now tied together. When the time came, it would undoubtedly be easier to cut them apart. Among the three, Yuan Yao was the leader. As long as he could deal with her, Mo Wuya and Chu Tiancheng wouldn't be a problem. Unparalleled tyrannical saber. It sounded awesome, but unfortunately, your saber won't be able to cut me. Mo Wuya, the black-clothed Chu Tiancheng's eyes were cold. He looked at the young man in front of him coldly. One couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. In other words, those who were called a Tao maniac were mostly the same. Zombie face, harsh tone, and unreasonable. They looked like they were detached from the world. In their hearts, the saber and the sword were the most trustworthy companions. Such a person would definitely be terrifying. Cold and heartless, his heart was set on the Tao. Once his saber and sword were unsheathed, he would return stained with blood. But he deserved to be scolded for being so pretentious. So it's Brother Chu. I wonder why Brother Chu is blocking my way. Mo Wuya's face was gentle. Compared to Chu Tiancheng, he had a more worldly aura, which made people have a good impression of him. But sometimes the gentler the appearance, the more confident one was. It was the exact opposite. At this moment, Mo Wuya was most likely panicking. Chapter 508, Divine Speech and Heavenly Divine Body. These two talents sounded impressive, but in reality they were completely useless. Mo Wuya's true strength was his words and actions. In other words, his ability to fool people was unparalleled. However, if he were asked to draw his sword and kill his enemy, Chu Tiancheng's saber strike would probably cause him to reveal his true colors. This was a showdown between a pretentious person and a hothead. Although Chu Tiancheng was strong, he had yet to comprehend the true essence of the saber. If there was no woman in his heart, he would naturally draw his saber. As a saber cultivator, how could he cut off his shackles and reach the peak of the great Tao for a woman? Ling Xiao felt that he had to teach this Chu Tiancheng a lesson. He had to let go of his greed and focus on seeking death. I heard that young Master Mo's cultivation is unfathomable and his combat strength is close to that of a demon. You are known as the #1 genius of the Western border. Today, I would like to see it for myself. Chu Tiancheng's expression was indifferent and cold. On his back, A heavy saber was wrapped in layers of cotton cloth. It looked very old and shabby. However, no one dared to underestimate this saber, just like no one dared to underestimate Chu Tianqing. This saber was called the Illusory World of 3000. Its origin was mysterious, but it became famous in the western border as Chu Tianqing became famous. When the saber was drawn, the illusory world was broken. The illusory world of 3000 turned into smoke. Immortals and Buddhas could not stop the saber. Gods and demons could be slaughtered. Haha, Brother Chu, you should know my habits, right? I usually don't fight, but once I do, I will definitely kill my enemy. Mo Wia shook his head and chuckled. His eyes were as bright as the stars. However, the words he said inexplicably sent a chill down people's spines. What a domineering and arrogant attitude! Mo Wia was indeed the top genius of the western border. My illusory world will not be drawn easily. Once it is drawn, it will return with blood. Chu Tianqing was unmoved and his tone was stern. It was obvious that he was determined not to retreat from this battle. Return with blood? Brother Chu, your saber is a demonic weapon. Throughout the history of the Xingzhou continent, all treasures that drink blood are extremely evil. Brother Chu, I advise you to put down your saber as soon as possible to prevent your Dao heart from falling. Mo Wia was shocked and tried to persuade Chu Tianqing. Hearing this, many Heaven's favorites squinted their eyes and turned to look at the heavy blade behind Chu Tianqing. Realization dawned on them. What young master, Mo, said made sense. A blood-drinking treasure was definitely evil. Who would have thought that the saber in Chu Tianqing's hand was actually an evil item? Cut the crap. Mo Wuya, make your move. Chu Tianqing frowned slightly and looked at Mo Wuya in surprise. Originally, he thought that such a peerless genius whose reputation spread far and wide would not tolerate any provocation. But now, by the looks of it, this Mo Wuya was different from all the other demonic geniuses he had seen before. Wait. Mo Wuya raised his hand and stopped Chu Tianqing, who was about to draw his blade. His expression had already returned to normal. Wuya has long heard of Brother Chu's name and has long since had the intention to do so. However, now that the frigid moon immortal world is about to open, I suggest that Brother Chu wait a little longer. As his words fell, Mo Wuya glanced towards the great hall in the distance. There, a golden-robed figure was quickly walking over. Since you have the intention, why wait? Chu Tianqing held the hilt of his saber and hesitated for a moment. As for Ling Xiao, when he saw Yuan Yao appear in the distance, he could already guess what Mo Wuya was going to do next. The secret realm is extremely dangerous. Only less than 10% of the people who entered the secret realm were able to come out alive. Yuan Yao is all alone. I can't be at ease. If I were to fight with you, even if I managed to kill you, I would definitely be injured. At that time, who would protect Yao? She's so pure and kind. Chu Tianqing, can you not worry about her? Mo Wuya coldly snorted. The power of the Tao laws around him suppressed the heaven and earth, dazzling everyone. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, giving people a feeling of unparalleled love. Young Master Mo, as expected of you. Too infatuated. Young Master Mo isn't afraid of Chu Tianqing at all. He's just worried about Princess Yuan Yao. That Chu Tianqing is really selfish and tyrannical. Does he really think that he's invincible? Hearing this, even Chu Tianqing was stunned on the spot. In his heart, he didn't want to compete with Mo Wuya for the title of Shijiang's #1 prodigy. For some reason, he didn't like to see other people standing beside Yuan Yao, although their engagement had been annulled now. With Yuan Yao's peerless beauty, the primitive emperor saw her as the next emperor of Daiyuan. It was unrealistic to want to have a marriage alliance with her. However, in those years, his cultivation had been crippled and he had been treated coldly. It was the letters from the princess of Daiyuan that encouraged him. Gradually, the death in his heart was worn away, and he supported himself until the day he rose again. That's right. This fantasy, 3000, was the inheritance of Chu Tiancheng's mother. Back then, before his mother died, she asked him to treat this saber well. However, Chu Tiancheng didn't expect that the seal in the saber would be bound by his bloodline. He unintentionally touched it and awakened the saber soul within. Since Chu Tiancheng's cultivation had been crippled, he coincidentally met the requirements of the saber soul. He cultivated the divine art again and cultivated the unparalleled saber intent, stepping on the path of conquering the heaven and earth. Therefore, what was destiny? It was the accumulation of impossibilities on a person's body. The more impossibilities there were, the higher the person's luck and the higher the upper limit. Do you understand? Note it down. Humph. Amouya. You and I will have a battle in the immortal world. In the end, Chu Tiancheng didn't continue to pester her. Amouya was right. Yao was pure and kind by nature. She was easily bewitched by bad people. Even if she knew it was a trap, sometimes Yao was willing to be deceived just to make others happy. Such a woman deserved to be protected. However, the one protecting her shouldn't be Amouya, but him, Chu Tiancheng. In the past few years, although he hadn't seen Yuan Yao personally, the two of them had been very close through letters, sharing details of their lives. They were already very close. Originally, Chu Tiancheng thought that this trip to the secret realm would be a sweet one. However, who would have thought that there would be him by her side? Since that was the case between men, strength should speak. If you're stronger than me, I'll give up my worries and use the saber as my companion. However, if you're no match for me, you should disappear from this world and not disturb my Yao's heart. You are, Brother Tiancheng? However, just as Chu Tiancheng was about to turn around and leave, a soft cry came from behind him. Turning around, a fairy-like face entered his eyes. Her bright eyebrows were charming, revealing a hint of shyness. With just one look, Chu Tiancheng guessed the identity of the girl in front of him. Yao, especially the girl's clear and pure black eyes. They were like the cool spring water in the 9 heavens' immortal pond, sacred and beautiful, without a trace of the mundane world's troubles. You are. Yao. A melodramatic love drama was playing out on the peak of Cold Moon Mountain. Two people destined by the heavens had feelings for each other. One look was all it took for them to fall in love. As their eyes met, an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. Marriage was predestined by the heavens. This was probably what it meant. At this moment, there was no one on the peak. Only the man and woman, standing facing each other, had eyes for each other. Cough, cough, Princess Yuan Yao, we meet again. However, just as the world was moving, a discordant laughter suddenly sounded from the crowd. Chapter 509. Hearing the voice, Chu Tiancheng and Yuan Yao's expressions froze at the same time. The uncontrollable affection in their eyes dissipated. Ling Xiao walked out of the crowd with a smile and stood beside Amouya. Generally speaking, when a man and a woman look at each other for 3 seconds, it is easy to have an impulse and secrete hormones. I held my watch and interrupted you in 2.5 seconds. Are you surprised and excited? My lord. Yuan Yao's expression froze. She turned to look at Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes flashed with shyness. To be honest, she did have a good impression of Chu Tiancheng, although this kind of meeting was very different from a letter conversation. The good thing was that this Chu Crown Prince's appearance and temperament were outstanding. But Lord Ling Xiao's benevolence and kindness made Yuan Yao regret not having met him sooner. Inexplicably, Yuan Yao's heart was flustered. What should I do? If my lord also has feelings for me, how should I choose between the two of them without hurting either of them? It was very annoying. This is... Ling Xiao pretended to look at Chu Tiancheng in confusion. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but his heart was filled with disdain. If you wholeheartedly followed the Tao and treated the saber as your life, it would be troublesome to deal with you. But looking at Chu Tiancheng's eyes just now, it was obvious that he had deep feelings for Yuan Yao. So, a saber fanatic who was in love was much easier to deal with. Of course, this kind of sword fanatic and saber fanatic would more or less have some sadness in them. Either they were hurt by a woman and had no distracting thoughts, or they had someone in their heart but could not fall in love. So they worked hard to cultivate and were willing to slay immortals and gods for her, silently protecting her for the rest of her life. For someone like Chu Tiancheng, who had fallen from the peak and returned to the peak, although his Tao heart was more tenacious than other monstrous geniuses. But, given Yuan Yao's personality, she would most likely not abandon him during this process. So, Chu Tiancheng must have regarded her as his life. Haha, you treat a woman as your Tao heart. Then, if I break her, will I break your Tao heart? Chu Crown Prince Chu Tiancheng. Chu Tiancheng frowned as he looked at Ling Xiao. Especially when he saw the panic on Yuan Yao's face, it made him feel a little angry. Although he did not go down the mountain to welcome Ling Xiao that day, he had heard that a divine disciple had come to the frigid moon, Celestial Mountain. To be able to make Yuan Yao nervous, it was very obvious that this young man was most likely this person. Of course, in Chu Tiancheng's eyes, the divine envoys of the sacred sect and the disciples of the disciples were all meaningless. If one wanted to be respected by him, there was only one point, and that was strength. Although he couldn't see through Ling Xiao's cultivation at this moment, judging from his age, he was at most 16 or 17 years old. How strong could his cultivation be? Among those of the same generation, the number of people who could withstand the might of his saber could be counted on one hand. If one slash was not enough, then 2 slashes. Oh, so you are the legendary saber maniac. Ling Xiao nodded and chuckled. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel the slightest bit of reverence for Chu Tiancheng's peerless reputation. I heard that your saber is invincible. Why don't you let me have a taste of it? If he wanted to seize Chu Tiancheng's fate as soon as possible, the most direct and effective way was to attack him head-on. Destiny models like this had always been stubborn and pressed forward courageously. In their eyes, all the geniuses in the world were stepping stones on their path to immortality. However, meeting me was just the beginning of your nightmare. Later, you will gradually realize that your saber can no longer cut through any enemy. Are you looking down on me? Chu Tiancheng frowned. The indifference in Ling Xiao's eyes made him feel like he was being looked down upon for a long time. It's not that I look down on you, but you are not worthy of my respect. Ling Xiao shook his head, his expression cold and arrogant. Hearing this, the geniuses of the imperial court and the disciples of the cold palace narrowed their eyes slightly. He was indeed a disciple of the sacred sect. His domineering aura was indeed terrifying. Although no one had seen Ling Xiao fight before, and Chu Tiancheng was a 6th grade divine general, his saber was extremely domineering. It was said that when he was a 5th grade divine general, he had killed a divine marquis. However, judging from this young lord's words, it seemed that he did not put him in his eyes at all. To be chosen by the divine envoy as the Western Frontier's preacher, this young lord must have his strong points. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. Chu Tiancheng was probably going to fall today. Furthermore, I feel that a proud daughter of heaven like Princess Yuan Yao is not someone that just anyone can match up to. What? Mo Wuya and Chu Tiancheng's expressions changed at the same time. They looked at Ling Xiao with shock. Could it be understood that this young lord was also interested in Yuan Yao? So he was actually making a move now to prove that only the strong were worthy of Yuan Yao? Very inexplicably, Yuan Yao's face turned slightly red, and her eyes became more and more confused. As expected, the Lord is interested in me. But what should I do? You are all such outstanding geniuses. I really don't want to make any of you sad. At this moment, Yuan Yao wished that she could split into 3 clones to fulfill their wishes. Fine. If you want to fight, I will accompany you today. Chu Tiancheng took a deep breath. Since this person had already put it this way, if he still hesitated and refused, wouldn't he completely chill Yuan Yao's heart? Actually, Chu Tiancheng agreed with Ling Zhao's words from the bottom of his heart. Only the strong were worthy of Yuan Yao. Fine. Mo Wuya does not have the guts to fight with me. As long as I trample you under my feet, who in the western frontier would dare to disrespect me? 3 moves. If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, this battle will be considered your victory. Chu Tiancheng took a deep breath. I will not show off easily. However, in front of Yuan Yao today, since he was going to fight, he had to fight beautifully. At this moment, Chu Tiancheng's blade intent was biting cold, and his face was filled with cold arrogance. Coupled with his black robes, he could be said to be extraordinarily heroic. However, Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Is that so? Then I am looking forward to it. Humph. Chu Tiancheng snorted coldly. He gripped the heavy blade on his back and pulled it out. For some reason, the calmer Ling Xiao was, the angrier he felt. Buzz. The blade intent spread out, shaking the void. The heavens and earth suddenly quieted down. Everyone only felt a chill spread from the bottom of their hearts. When they looked at Chu Tiancheng, their eyes unconsciously carried a trace of reverence. The title of saber fanatic was indeed well-deserved. Just the blade intent he casually released was not something an ordinary genius could resist. And Mo Wuya, in particular, had a hint of panic in his eyes. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and did not fight with Chu Tiancheng just now. Otherwise, I would have lost my reputation and life today. However, when he saw the indifference on Ling Zhao's face, Mo Wuya had a misconception. Perhaps in this lord's eyes, the so-called peerless genius was just a joke. Yuan Yao was fragrant. Of course, she was fragrant. She was a genius, the princess of Dayuan, and had a kind heart. As long as he could take her down, his future would be smooth. However, from the looks of it, this young lord seemed even more fragrant. The disciple of a divine envoy was peerless. If he can win, I, Mo Wuya, am willing to sever my feelings and focus on the Tao. Well, I am not afraid. I am just enlightened. Chapter 510. There's a flaw in your blade intent. Ling Xiao shook his head coldly with an arrogant expression. The blade intent that seemed natural to others did not seem to have any power in his eyes. Of course, if it was anyone else who said this, they would be arrogant and boastful. But when it came from Ling Zhao's mouth, it was inexplicably convincing. Perhaps this young lord's vision had long surpassed their scope of understanding. Therefore, when Chu Tiancheng's body was covered in spiritual light and he swung his blade that could destroy the world, the fear in everyone's eyes seemed to have dissipated. Were they too arrogant? Of course not. It was just that Lord Ling Zhao's aura gave them a sense of security. Looking down on the world, it was probably referring to people like him, right? Otherwise, look, when Chu Tiancheng's blade light was about to fall on his head, His Excellency did not move at all. There was even a hint of ridicule in his eyes. It was as if he could kill Chu Tiancheng with a wave of his hand. F***CK. What did it mean to remain calm even when MT Tai collapses in front of you? My Excellency, your calmness was the cool breeze of April, the cold rain of September, the warm sun of December, comfortable and refreshing. Pooh! However, just as everyone was exclaiming in their hearts, the blade light instantly cut Ling Zhao's figure in half, shattering it into pieces on the ground. His Excellency split open? How was this possible? Very suddenly, the peak of Cold Moon Mountain fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Ling Zhao's figure that had been cut in half and swallowed hard. What happened to being able to kill with a wave of his hand? How could His Excellency be cut in half so easily? Wait, there was no blood. There was no blood. It was an afterimage. Instantly, the shock on everyone's faces became even more intense. The youths who could stand in Cold Moon Immortal Palace were the top geniuses of the western border. But just now, right under their eyes, Ling Zhao's figure had disappeared. Especially Yuan Yao, Emma Wuya, and the others, their faces were even more shocked. What kind of terrifying speed was that? It was so terrifying that even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still could not see when Ling Xiao moved. Lord Ling Xiao, as expected of you. Of all the cultivation techniques in the world, only speed was invincible. Just by relying on this heaven-defying speed, Ling Xiao was already in an invincible position. How is this possible? Chu Tianqing stood where he was, a dazed expression on his face. He had sensed earlier than anyone else that his saber had not been able to cut Ling Xiao at all. But how was this possible? With his strength as a 6th-grade divine general, he could be considered one of the top individuals in the entire Xingzhou. How could he not even be able to detect his aura? This is your strength. A chuckle suddenly came from behind Chu Tianqing. Ling Zhao's figure stood with his hands behind his back. His handsome face carried an otherworldly smile. This is only the first move. After a brief moment of shock, Chu Tianqing's face calmed down again. To be honest, he had indeed not exerted his full strength in that slash earlier. Originally, he just didn't want to expose his strength in front of everyone, and he also didn't want to kill this disciple by accident. However, since you are so arrogant, young masterling, be careful. With that, Chu Tianqing suddenly clenched his fist. The ancient bronze saber suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Space collapsed under the saber's blade. A bleak, killing intent began to spread across the peak of Cold Moon Mountain. The saber intent turned into wind and swept across the sky. A whirlwind suddenly swirled around Chu Tianqing's body. At this moment, his aura had completely disappeared. Only the heavy golden saber was left. It seemed to have pierced through the ages and stretched across the sky. Dominating saber art, destroy. Following the sound of a deep voice, everyone was dumbstruck as they saw a golden light suddenly light up above Ling Zhao's head. Then, Chu Tianqing's figure stepped out of the void. Divine light flickered around his body. As if a god had descended from the heavens, he was filled with solemn, killing intent. With a slash of his saber, he trapped the world and firmly locked onto Ling Zhao's figure. At the peak of Cold Moon Mountain, the sound of the Tao was chanting. Chu Tianqing held his saber with both hands and slashed at the sky. Like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, Chu Tianqing tore through the sky and pierced through the sky. Within 100 miles, all the disciples' bodies lit up with a mysterious light. They frantically retreated to avoid the world-destroying saber. Facing such a domineering aura, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. He still had a smile on his face, but this time he didn't turn into a shadow to escape. In other words, in Chu Tianqing's eyes, he couldn't dodge this saber. Lord Ling Xiao, be careful. Yuan Yao's face was pale as she shouted in alarm. But at this moment, Emma Wuya firmly pressed her to the ground and shook his head slightly. Chu Tianqing's saber aura was already formed. Even if Yuan Yao rushed over, it would be useless. Moreover, for some reason, seeing the indifference in Ling Zhao's eyes, Emma Wuya felt that he still didn't take the saber seriously. How was this possible? This saber attack, which contained almost all of Chu Tianqing's spiritual energy, was enough to shake a divine overlord. Could it be that Chu Tianqing's strength had surpassed that? But how old was he? 16? 17? Suddenly, Emma Wuya made up his mind. As long as Ling Xiao could withstand this saber attack, he would give up Lik-Xiao. F***CK. Can't he do that? This young lord was obviously interested in Yuan Yao. If he dared to pester him again, he might lose his life. Buzz! The saber light pierced through the clouds, creating ripples in the air. However, When Chu Tiancheng's figure appeared a few dozen feet above Ling Zhao's head, the latter suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with immortal light. Then he calmly stretched out 2 fingers and grasped the saber light. At this moment, the world fell silent. Everything was silent. Everyone stared at the young man with fear in their eyes. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "My lord, you haven't won yet. Are you already celebrating your victory?" Buzz. At this moment, the saber light finally fell from the sky. Countless cracks appeared on the blue stone of the square. Within a radius of 100 feet, the ancient trees were cut down. Grass and trees were sent flying. Some of the weaker geniuses of the western border even groaned. Blood dripped from the corner of their mouths. Endless smoke and dust filled the air. Chu Tiancheng and Ling Zhao's figures were instantly covered. Yuan Yao and Mo Wuya and the others clenched their fists and looked nervously at the center of the square. There, they could vaguely see 2 figures standing there. Only Han Qingqiu's beautiful face didn't show the slightest change from beginning to end. With her young master's strength, not to mention Chu Tiancheng, even if all the geniuses here joined hands, they might not be able to defeat him. Chu Tiancheng's saber was overbearing and powerful. However, it was obvious that he could not defeat her young master. In fact, he was not a threat at all. Finally, light shone from the sky, piercing through the layers of fog. The doubts in everyone's eyes finally disappeared. What replaced it was a shock that was close to fear. Chapter 511. As the dust settled, the sky became clear again. At the peak of the mountain, Ling Zhao stood there with one hand behind his back and the other pointing to the sky. His white robe made him look like an immortal. The sunlight shone on his face, raising the corner of his mouth. However, in front of him, Chu Tiancheng's face was filled with fear and shock. In his hand, the golden light on the heavy saber had already disappeared. Even the tip of the saber was pinched by the youth's 2 fingers, unable to move. Hiss! Countless gasps could be heard. The eyes of all the heaven's prides were devoid of any other emotions. All that was left was a deep sense of respect. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe that there was a youth in this world who could stop Chu Tiancheng's heaven-slashing saber with 2 fingers. Although they knew that the words disciple of a divine envoy contained supreme prestige. But now, it seemed that they had still underestimated this young lord's battle strength, shocking the world, shocking the ancients, and dazzling the contemporaries. A supreme youth with unrivaled immortal potential. If it was said that Chu Tiancheng's first saber made everyone see Ling Zhao's unrivaled speed, in that case, the second slash practically made them believe that the latter's cultivation was definitely above theirs. Before today, the number 1 genius of the western border was either Chu Tiancheng, Mo Wuya, or Han Qingyue. But after today, this number 1 position no longer had any meaning. Even many people had already lost interest in the cold moon immortals. With Lord Ling Zhao's personal arrival, what did the immortal world's treasures have to do with them? How could it be? Could it be that my saber intent is flawed? Chu Tiancheng's figure stood in the air, looking down at the heavy saber in his hand. The illusory world 3000 could slash the heavens and earth. Why was it unable to slash a youth today? Was he hiding his cultivation? However, even a divine overlord wouldn't be able to remain so calm in the face of Ba Dao. Just now, Chu Tiancheng faintly felt that the youth did not use any spiritual power at all. Just a wisp of coldness emitted from his body, and his saber intent seemed to have frozen and stopped. However, under the star robe that Chu Tiancheng could not see, Ling Zhao's arm was already covered with dragon scales. Demonic runes flickered on it, and they seemed to be ancient and mysterious. Beat, the child of destiny's Tao heart is trembling self-doubt. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points, and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. However, it was still not enough. The trembling of your Dao heart is just the beginning. You will soon realize that not only can your saber not hurt me, even the saber art you cultivate is trash in my eyes. From Chu Tiancheng's growth, Ling Xiao could roughly guess that this child of destiny was hiding a secret. Only by obtaining a fortuitous encounter could a new life begin. Those who had their cultivation crippled and rose up again were either guided by an expert, old grandpa, or the remnant soul of a mutated beast. And since Chu Tiancheng walked the path of the saber, perhaps the secret was hidden in this ancient saber. Fantasy World 3000. Just from the name alone, one could tell that this saber was extremely powerful. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that there was a faint trace of soul sense within the blade. Artifact soul. Or was it an ancient era's expert sealed within? Interesting. However, don't you feel bored hiding in the saber all the time? Why don't you come out and see the sun? Young Master Chu, it's been 2 moves. Ling Xiao smiled and gently loosened 2 fingers. Chu Tiancheng's figure was sent flying backwards, landing 100 feet away. At this moment, he could see the change in Yuan Yao's eyes. The dazzling look she had when she was looking at him had gradually become cold and cheerless. On the contrary, the look in her eyes when she looked at Ling Xiao was as bright as the sun. He didn't blame her, because just like the love of beauty, which woman in this world didn't covet the strong? Moreover, Ling Xiao in front of him had sword-like eyebrows and a celestial aura. Not to mention Yuan Yao. Even Chu Tiancheng had to exclaim that he was a peerless young master. However, Yuan Yao was where his Dao heart was. In front of her, Chu Tiancheng couldn't lose and didn't dare to lose. Phew! Chu Tiancheng took a deep breath, and the shock on his face gradually disappeared. In his eyes, there was an extremely strong desire to fight. Young Master Ling Xiao, I have to admit that you're the strongest opponent I've met so far. In order to show my respect for you, I'll use all my strength in my next attack. However, I'd like to remind you that there's no way out for you after this attack. Hearing this, the Western Border Heaven's favorites looked at him with disdain. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have doubted Chu Tiancheng's pretentiousness. However, today you can't even cut off 2 of His Excellency's fingers, and you are still bragging. What, judging by your tone, are you hiding your cultivation level or hiding your skills? Uft. So what? His Excellency Ling Xiao was obviously not serious. Come on, show me. Ling Xiao raised his head, glanced at Yuan Yao, and smiled. His actions instantly caused the latter's face to turn slightly red. His Excellency, do you mean you are doing all this for me? It should be, right? But he is not with Han Xinzi. Is His Excellency a jerk? But why do I have this inexplicable urge to be scum by him? Be careful, His Excellency. Chu Tiancheng nodded indifferently, his black robe fluttering in the wind. In his hand, the heavy saber was suddenly surrounded by a black mist that looked like tentacles and emitted an evil aura. In a short while, the saber hilt had disappeared. In other words, it had merged with Chu Tiancheng's right hand. If not for the fact that there was no demonic aura on his body, the experts of Cold Moon's Celestial Palace would have appeared to slay the demon. Even so, the faces of many Western border geniuses turned pale as they looked at the young man who had become one with the saber. Is this the legendary highest level of saber cultivation, one with the saber? Cheng, why are you calling me so urgently? An old voice suddenly came from Chu Tiancheng's soul sea. Chu Tiancheng's face turned serious, and he said with his soul consciousness, Old Saber, I need your help. Didn't I tell you that my identity can't be exposed easily? You have to wait until we enter the immortal world to wake me up. This is an important place of the immortal world. Once someone notices my existence, both of us will be doomed. Old Saber, You don't have to release your aura. You just need to help me perform that move." Chu Tiancheng shook his head slightly. How could he not know the risk of waking old Saber up now? But if he was defeated by Ling Xiao today, he would lose Yuan Yao completely. He could not afford to pay this price. Is it because of that girl? After all, old Saber had accompanied Chu Tiancheng for 10 years. He naturally knew what Chu Tiancheng was obsessed with. But at this moment, there was a trace of inexplicable gloominess in his voice. "Cheng, I told you long ago that you can only reach the peak of the Saber path if you cut off your feelings. You will regret it sooner or later." "Old Saber, didn't you also say that I will use killing to prove my feelings and build my eternal reputation?" There was an unquestionable determination in Chu Tiancheng's voice. Killing and feelings had nothing to do with each other. But today he seemed to have understood something. Was it wrong to use killing to protect the love of one's heart? "Sai, when I said feelings, I meant the feelings of heaven and earth and the long-cherished wishes of the common people. How can I refer to personal feelings?" "Forget it. Your cultivation level is still low, and you can't understand the true meaning of this. Since this is your ordeal, I will help you this time." In the end, old Saber did not say much, but his tone was slightly lonely. Get ready. Chapter 512. Dominating Blade Technique. 3,000 Illusory Worlds. Chu Tiancheng's voice resounded from the peak of Mount Han. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Thousands of illusions rose up in the void. Among them, giants bowed their heads. Demonic shadows were destroyed. Tao wheels rose into the sky, and all the worlds were reincarnated. Countless immortal miracles evolved the changes of history, and among the thousands of illusions, a black-robed youth slowly walked over, as if he had descended from ancient times and pierced through the ages. Suddenly, the youth transformed into a long blade and shattered the illusory world. With a point of sharpness, it swept across all directions. In just an instant, the endless illusions were shattered. There was only one blade left between heaven and earth. Blade will crisscrossed, as if there were 3,000 of them, tearing the void apart. 3,000 blade shadows fell from the sky like a killing array, making one scalp tingle and unable to dodge. But at this time, Chu Tiancheng's figure was also somewhat swaying, and there were even traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to withstand the true dominance of this blade technique. But he had no other choice. Since he had given his love to a person, in this life he would not retreat, exchange, or regret. This saber strike was terrifying to the extreme. Even the god emperors of the Han Palace, who were hidden in the void, had some shock on their faces. Vaguely, they felt a trace of the great Tao in the blade while it filled the sky. As expected of the number one genius of the western border, the blade maniac lived up to his name. At the very least, in the eyes of the god emperors, there was absolutely no one below the divine lord level who could resist the power of this illusory world. This blade is rather interesting. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, and there was finally a trace of seriousness between his brows. Then, in front of everyone's expectant eyes, a pitch-black blade appeared in his hand. Compared to Chu Tiancheng's 3,000 illusory worlds, this black blade seemed too ordinary. On the blade, there was not even a trace of cold light. But when they saw it, they felt a different kind of fear. There seemed to be gods and demons howling in their ears, and heaven and earth crying. So, Lord Ling Xiao was also a blade cultivator. No wonder he could see the flaws in Chu Tiancheng's blade will at a glance. But in the face of this blade that almost shook heaven and earth, how would Lord deal with it? Unfortunately, it's still too weak. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 3,000 saber shadows with an indifferent expression. Then he raised the black blade in his hand and gently slashed at the void. Suddenly, a dark light shone in the sky. There was also no devilish chi within it, but there was a hint of world-destroying intent within it. With regards to the Emperor God experts who were hiding in the void, Ling Xiao naturally noticed them. Therefore, he did not use his full strength and only used his spiritual energy. The power of heaven's punishment was something that even gods and Buddhas could not resist. Even if the world devastator Tao Law did not appear, how could a mere divine general resist it? The originally dead illusory world suddenly appeared in the sky. Vast and mighty divine might spread out, containing a domineering aura that could suppress the heavens. Compared to the primordial sky demon, all living things in this world were like ants. What was tyrannical? The heavenly Tao did not tolerate it, and it was eternal. Once the demonic saber was unleashed, all immortals and Buddhas would be slaughtered. You destroyed the 3,000 illusory worlds, and I destroyed the primordial grand mist. Comparing the two, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. A wisp of black light appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Then, heaven and earth seemed to fall into a state of silence. Endless darkness shrouded the entire Mount Han. Even the many Emperor God experts widened their eyes and looked in disbelief at the terrifying saber light that swallowed all the light in the world. Boom! In the end, the two equally powerful saber lights collided in midair. In an instant, all life on Mount Han was extinguished, and the heavenly Tao no longer existed. The void shattered layer by layer, and the entire world was destroyed. The cold moon palace master's expression changed, and she stepped out. The might of a seventh grade god emperor formed a heavenly pillar and sealed the space where Ling Xiao and Chu Tiancheng were. Even so, the terrifying might that overflowed still overturned the ancient palace at the end of the square. Even the cold moon palace master's body trembled inexplicably, and her eyes were filled with intense shock. As a divine general, he could shake the might of a god emperor. At this moment, she did not know whether to call Ling Xiao and Chu Tiancheng monstrous or terrifying. Finally, the black light swept across the sky and swallowed the 3,000 saber shadows. In a radius of 1,000 miles, the blue sky shattered, and the sound of Tao was endless. However, under the cold moon palace master's divine light, the people on the mountain peak could not see the changes. Thus, when the world regained its clarity, everyone only saw a white-clothed figure standing with his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. The mountain wind blew, and his white robe and hair fluttered. He looked indescribably elegant and free. Zhang in front of him, Chu Tiancheng's face was pale, and he seemed to be frightened. However, there was not a single wound on his body. Who won? Looking at the two people above, the entire Mount Han was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No matter who won or lost today, it was obvious that the world would be shaken. That unparalleled saber intent was not something that a divine general could resist. No, even a divine overlord expert would not dare to easily suppress the two of them. Crack! Until, suddenly, a crisp sound came from the void. Everyone looked over in confusion, and they saw that the ancient saber in Chu Tiancheng's hand had shattered inch by inch. Ling Xiao's attack did not seem to cause much damage, but it was extremely humiliating. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? At this moment, he only smiled gently, and his face was handsome. Why do you think I gave Chu Tiancheng 3 chances to attack? Am I a saint? Damn! Use your smart head. The first time, test Chu Tiancheng's strength and confirm whether he is a soft persimmon. The second time, force him to use his trump card and test how soft he is. The third time, dig out the secret of his rise and become the heavenly mandate. Then, won't I be able to do whatever I want? What shape I want to shape you into depends on my mood. On Mount Han, countless disciples looked serious, and the respect in their hearts surged. Listen, they are both acting cool, but Lord Ling Xiao is acting so elegantly. Uft! Feeling the disdain and ridicule in the eyes of the people on the mountain peak, Chu Tiancheng rolled his eyes and his body suddenly trembled, and he fell from the sky. Damn! Life is really full of ups and downs. This feeling of being ridiculed and looked down on, he was too familiar with it. Beep! The heavenly mandate's Tao heart is unstable, and he feels that he has lost both his saber and woman. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Brother Tian Cheng. Yuan Yao was shocked, and her figure rushed out, wanting to catch Chu Tiancheng. But at this time, Mo Weia was one step ahead and appeared in front of Chu Tiancheng and caught him in the air. Damn! Princess Yuan Yao, you are now the Lord's woman. It's better if you don't touch him so much. Lord Ling Xiao, there's no need to thank me. From today onwards, Weia is willing to become a bootlicker and lick you until you are satisfied. Beep, the heavenly mandate's child, Mo Weia, has the intention to submit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. Brother Tian Cheng. Yuan Yao's eyes were red, and her mood was somewhat complicated, although she knew that today's chaos was caused by her. But she did not expect that the final outcome would be so tragic. That saber was Chu Tiancheng's life. In the letter, the latter did not call it a saber, but a close friend. Now that the saber was broken and Chu Tiancheng's life and death were unknown, the outcome of this battle was finally clear. Lord Ling Xiao had won. It's fine, he just fainted because his mind is unstable. This is a heart-nourishing pill. I'll have to trouble young master, Mo, to feed it to him. Even though he had won, Ling Xiao was still calm and did not show the slightest bit of arrogance or excitement. His current actions made countless Western border geniuses sigh in their hearts. They could only look up to the young master's righteousness. Chu Tiancheng was both a love rival and an opponent. But when Chu Tiancheng was injured, Lord Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to give him a pill. What kind of benevolent and righteous action was this? Suddenly, even the usually cold and arrogant Yu Xiao, who was angry because Ling Xiao forced Xiaofeng to leave, could not help but nod slightly. This young man was not as cold and heartless as he seemed on the surface. Could it be that there was really something wrong with Feng Yi? Otherwise, with his character, why would he target him like this? Beep, the heavenly mandate's child, Xiaofeng, has a rift in his heart with his closest kin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Chapter 513. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Yu Xiao, who appeared in the sky. His eyes were cold, but he sneered in his heart. As expected, the relationship between Yu Xiao and Xiaofeng had already affected the latter's destiny. It seemed that this Go Jiao still trusted and respected his master quite a bit. This way, tonight's show would be more meaningful. Seeing Ling Xiao looking at her, Yu Xiao's expression froze. Although it was still cold, it wasn't as indifferent as before. She nodded slightly and turned to leave. She didn't have a problem with Ling Xiao. Similarly, she didn't like the holy sect, but she also hated demons. However, ever since her senior sister died and Ren Yuang took over the Cold Moon Divine Palace, she felt that her senior sister's death was related to the holy sect. Ling Xiao was the disciple of a divine envoy, and he also forced her most valued disciple to leave. Although Feng Ye's escape was strange, Yu Xiao still didn't believe that he was a demon. But today, after seeing Ling Xiao's actions, she was moved by the latter's integrity. There was no need for such an upright and righteous young man to frame a divine envoy's disciple, right? But in the end, Yu Xiao still couldn't figure out the reason. Perhaps the truth would only come to light on the day he met Yi again. Princess Yuan Yao, I wonder if you can come with me. I have something to ask you. Ling Xiao descended from the sky and landed beside Yuan Yao with a gentle smile. This is my lord. Yuan Yao glanced at Chu Tiancheng, who was unconscious in Emma Wuya's arms, and hesitated. But in the end, she followed Ling Xiao to the ancient palace in the depths of Mount Han. With the elixir given by my lord, Brother Tiancheng's life, should be safe. In order to completely resolve the knot between them, Yuan Yao felt that she had to have a good chat with Lord Ling Xiao. She admired this disciple of a divine envoy, but when she saw Chu Tiancheng's body fall, her heart ached. This pain made her understand that she couldn't lie to her lord's feelings. If she couldn't completely forget Chu Tiancheng, then she wasn't worthy of his love. It was only when the two of them were far away that Emowia's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. Since Chu Tiancheng dared to provoke Lord Ling Xiao, he deserved to die. But His Excellency bestowed him with pills. Wonderful. What a good move. In this way, not only would he be able to win Yuan Yao's heart with Chu Tiancheng's cold and arrogant temperament, it would be hard for him to pull himself together. Suddenly, Boundless Emo was even more determined to suck up to Lord Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Lord's scheming mind licking to death. In the hall at the top of the mountain, Ling Xiao sat in front of a table, looking at Yuan Yao in front of him. His eyes were filled with deep emotion, but the corners of his mouth were hidden in a playful smile. "My lord, you asked for me. Don't call me lord. You and I are about the same age and have similar temperaments. Especially your kindness and kindness. I admire you greatly. Yao. If you are willing, you can call me Big Brother." Ling Xiao's tone was filled with warmth, coupled with his handsome face. It instantly caused Yuan Yao's face to blush. "Of course I am willing. Big Brother Xiao, do you really think I am kind and benevolent?" Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with joy. She had a good impression of Ling Xiao because she felt that he acknowledged her, supported her, and had the same ambition as her. Unlike the other Western Borders Heaven's Prides, Ling Xiao's approval and support carried more weight than the other Western Borders Heaven's Prides. Of course, Yao's tolerance towards others is rarely seen in the world. Since I was young, I have heard a saying, benevolence is invincible. Yao, your Tao will definitely lead you to the Western Paradise. Ling Xiao's expression turned serious as he spoke righteously. Western Paradise. At this moment, although Yuan Yao was happy, she felt that something was not quite right. Western Paradise. When I read the ancient books, I once saw an ancient record. In the Western Paradise, there were Buddhas and monks. In my eyes, Yao's benevolence is comparable to that of the Buddhas. No, Yao is simply the reincarnation of Buddhas. Your benevolence can change the world. But Big Brother Xiao, there will always be people who will say that Yao's actions will cause trouble sooner or later. Yuan Yao lowered her head as sadness flashed across her eyes. Her originally beautiful face now looked even more pitiful. Cough, nonsense. Yao is gentle and kind. How can you cause trouble? In my eyes, you are a noble holy mother. Ling Xiao almost laughed out loud. Suddenly, a murderous look flashed across his face. Holy mother? At this moment, Yuan Yao was honestly a little confused. It seemed that Big Brother Ling Xiao's words were very profound. There were even some words that she had never heard of before. It seemed that Big Brother Xiao was really well versed in ancient and modern times. She did not expect that Big Brother Xiao's cultivation was so high and his status was so honorable. He must have a lot of things to do on a daily basis, but he still had time to read and study. Truly, the role model of my generation, the benchmark of the righteous path. Holy, the holy of the Holy Church, sacred and supreme. Mother, kind and gentle, benevolent and noble. Holy Mother, caring for the world, supreme. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the distant sky. There was an inexplicable deepness between his brows. Hearing this, Yuan Yao's lily-white hand lightly covered her red lips. Her beautiful eyes flickered with tears. Holy Mother, what kind of noble title was this? I did not expect that in Big Brother Ling Xiao's eyes, I was actually so great. Big Brother, you're making Yao very shy. So Yao, you don't have to care about the eyes of those ordinary people. How can those ordinary people understand the true meaning of benevolence and kindness? You have to believe that your Tao is above the Western heaven. Today's evil words are all experience. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Yuan Yao's black hair. His eyes were deep. There is no Bodhi tree, and the mirror is not a platform. There is nothing, so where does dust come from? Yao, don't bother about dust. Big brother, you are indeed knowledgeable and talented. There is no Bodhi tree. Big brother, don't worry. Yao, I will forge my mirror heart platform and work hard to cultivate my heart. I will no longer care about these words. Beep. The destined woman recognizes the devil as her big brother. The courting of death has begun. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, the smile in Ling Xiao's eyes became even wider. Seeing his smiling face, Yuan Yao's lips also curled up into a beautiful arc. Big brother smiled. He must be feeling gratified by Yao or his determination. "All right, big brother, you said that you have something to discuss with me. What is it?" Inexplicably, Yuan Yao's face suddenly flushed red. Even her voice was somewhat shy. After all, when big brother Xiao fought with Chu Tiancheng, he was betting on himself. Could it be? Big brother is going to confess to me? I'm so nervous, but I'm also looking forward to it. Oh, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. The cold moon immortal world is about to open. At that time, Yao come with me, right? Moya is right. With your character, you are too easy to be used by bad people. I will only be at ease if you are by my side. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand and gently held Yuan Yao's hand. The latter's expression trembled. She only felt that her heart was beating wildly. However, there was also a different kind of sweetness. I will listen to Big Brother. Chapter 514. But, brother, can you promise me one thing? Yuan Yao suddenly looked at Ling Xiao hesitantly, looking pitiful. To be honest, this princess of Deyuan's looks were indeed outstanding. Her skin was fair, and her facial features were exquisite. She looked like a pretty girl from a humble family. It was just that her personality really made it hard for him to swallow her. Yao, tell me, as long as I can do it, I will promise you. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. He had already guessed that this little saint was hesitating about Chu Tiancheng. After all, with her personality, how could she bear to see her beloved brother make things difficult for her little sweetheart? Brother, today you fought with Chu Tiancheng and destroyed his illusory world ancient saber. I'm afraid his Tao heart will be affected when he enters the immortal world. Yuan Yao suddenly stood up and bowed to Ling Xiao. Brother, I have known him since we were young. Although we are close friends and he brought this upon himself, I still want brother to help him. In Yuan Yao's opinion, brother Xiao was righteous and selfless. Although her request was a little abrupt, brother would definitely agree to it. Oh, how do you want me to help him? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile. The reason why this saint was hated was not because they were kind and pure, but because they liked to flaunt the righteousness of the world based on their own preferences. No matter good or bad, good or evil, in their eyes there was something good about it. There was a saying, do not persuade people to be kind. In this world, there were some people who did not deserve to be forgiven. For example, Ling Xiao. Brother, can you ask him to follow us? When we get the good fortune, you can distribute it. I just want to protect him. Then I won't feel guilty. After all, it was because of me. As she spoke, the tears in Yuan Yao's eyes grew thicker, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her cheeks, instantly causing a wisp of heartache to flash across Ling Xiao's face. Yao, don't cry. My heart is broken by seeing you like this. I don't have any conflict with Chu Tiancheng. I just want to tell him that there are some people he doesn't deserve. I promise you. Brother, brother. Yuan Yao's pretty face froze, and a trace of panic flashed through her beautiful eyes. This is Brother Xiao confessing to me? Chu Tiancheng wasn't worthy of it, but Big Brother was. Yao understands. Thank you, Big Brother. Yuan Yao's tears turned into laughter. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. She actually got up and ran out of the hall. However, just as her figure was about to walk out of the main hall, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Both of her hands held onto the door as she turned her head to look at Ling Xiao shyly. Big Brother, don't worry. Yao, I will definitely explain things to Chu Tiancheng clearly. He and I can only be friends. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Yao's figure had already disappeared before Ling Xiao's eyes. Beep, the destined woman has decided to sever her predestined marriage, taking a big step towards death. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. F***CK. Friends, just now, in front of the main hall of the Immortal Palace, if I hadn't interrupted you, you and Chu Tiancheng would have acted as if no one else was present. Now they're friends again. As a result, whether it was the gardener who knew the art of tea or the White Lotus Mother who cared for the common people, there was probably not much of a difference between them. There were many people who liked her, but if one wanted to be her one and only, not only did he have to be strong, handsome, and honorable, more importantly, he had to talk to her about ideals. That's right, Big Brother. What I like is your character and inner qualities. I don't like those vulgar things. But why are you running? Ling Xiao sneered. There was no longer a trace of warmth on his face. He was so unrestrained, but Yao Yao refused. Young master likes this Yuan Yao. At the side of the main hall, Han Qingqiu did not open her mouth. With Ling Xiao's temperament, there was nothing to be surprised about. But this Yuan Yao was a little too much, right? Like, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Han Qingqiu. Is she worthy? The women I like must be useful to me. An indiscriminate harem is a stud horse. Useful. Then Qingqiu is also useful to young master? Han Qingqiu furrowed her brows. She was clearly a little surprised that Ling Xiao would say such words so directly. Otherwise, why do you think you're still alive? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked towards the back of the main hall. Compared to those hypocritical princes, this Ling Xiao is quite magnanimous. Han Qingqiu watched as the tall figure disappeared. In the end, she sighed helplessly. But in my eyes, aren't you also a useful person? In the realm, Ling Xiao stood in the void and looked at the figure in the forest below. At this moment, Xiafeng seemed to be in a state of cultivation. However, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. It was a little silly. Little Leek, you must perform well tonight. I, Ling Xiao, personally arranged this scene for you. The supporting characters are all great demons by my side. In the end, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared and reappeared in the Sky Palace. In his hand, the immemorial demonic blade shone brightly. However, there was a faint fluctuation of divine spirit hidden in it. Senior, are you comfortable in my demonic blade? A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Just now, when he destroyed Chu Tiancheng's illusory world ancient saber, he felt the existence of this remnant soul. With the ferocity of the immemorial demonic blade, how could a remnant soul escape from his hand? However, this time, Ling Xiao did not devour it directly. Instead, he kept it in the blade and imprisoned it temporarily. Boy, who are you? This blade, where did you get it? At this moment, this remnant soul was naturally Elder Dao, who helped Chu Tiancheng change his fate. He was only a second-stage divine emperor. To Ling Xiao, he was not much of a threat. Old senior, why don't you tell me who you are and why you're hiding in the blade? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He was not interested in Elder Dao's background. Back then, Elder Ling, who was in Lin Shi's body, was thrown into the Soul Palace and killed by him. What value did a mere remnant soul of a divine emperor have? However, the only thing that interested Ling Xiao was that since this soul was hiding in the blade, could it become the weapon soul of his demonic blade like Gui Wupu? Chu Tiancheng's last move, 3,000 illusory worlds, was obviously executed with the help of this old man's strength. If he was refined into a weapon soul, would the immemorial demonic blade's power be increased? I am Dao Lang, the Shengzhou Saber Emperor. Little friend, do you think there's some misunderstanding between us? Elder Dao's voice was sincere, but there was also a trace of inexplicable fear. At this moment, how could he not feel the terrifying demonic power contained in this blade? Even Ling Xiao's previous slash had surpassed his understanding of blade intent. It was obvious that this young man in front of him had an extremely terrifying background. The reincarnation of an immortal or the transformation of a great demon. However, he did not kill him. He only imprisoned him and did not hurt Qing. Or perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. Chapter 515. Misunderstanding? Perhaps Elder Dao really did misunderstand. Hearing the sincerity in Elder Dao's tone, Ling Xiao's playful expression became even more intense. Humans never shed tears until they see the coffin. You've already fallen into my hands. Do you still want to live? I only ask you one thing. Are you willing to be the weapon spirit of my saber and assist me in conquering the world? Weapon spirit? Elder Dao was obviously shocked. He did not expect this young man to be so ruthless. He actually wanted to call him the Shenzhou Saber Emperor the Weapon Spirit. Although he was now in dire straits and his strength was gone, the pride in his heart had never been extinguished. Temporarily staying in the saber was just to secretly recover his strength. One day, when Chu Tiancheng could inherit his will, he would definitely avenge him and eradicate the sacred sect. Old friends, I risk my life to stop you in exchange for a chance to live. I wonder if you are doing well now. What? Elder Dao is not willing? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He had never heard of the Saber Emperor. The history of the Shenzhou was magnificent. There were many experts and monsters. Almost every 100 years, a peerless person would appear. But the Saber Emperor? Uft. If you were really powerful, you would have already ascended to the upper world. Why are you still struggling at death's door? Humph. Although I'm just a remnant soul, how can I be the weapon spirit of your saber? You're insulting me. Elder Dao's voice had turned cold. Elder Dao, you've misunderstood me again. How can I be insulting you? I just want to give you a chance to live. Ling Xiao shook his head. Since this old thing was not willing, there was nothing more to say. Although the dominating saber art was peerless, how could it be compared with his 9 moves of the Taigu? You don't think that you can kill me just because you can imprison me. Kid, you're underestimating me. Elder Dao screamed in despair. But before his voice faded, the world in front of him suddenly changed. The demonic will that had been binding his body had long since disappeared. But why was the world in front of him so dark? Also, what was up with that black soul palace in the distance that towered into the sky? Wasn't it too majestic? Old Dao? Ling Xiao walked out of the darkness and looked at the old man in front of him. The latter narrowed his eyes and frowned. You are from the saint? Quite the opposite. Ling Xiao grinned as a devilish light suddenly erupted from his body. Then, under Elder Dao's dumbfounded gaze, he actually transformed into a 100-meter-long demonic shadow. Demon. A true devil. No wonder the demonic intent within the saber was so terrifying. It turned out that this young man was actually a great demon. Young master, please don't do anything. We're on the same side. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that Elder Dao, who had a cold and arrogant look on his face a moment ago, now looked as if he had just seen his loved ones and revealed a bright smile. One of our own. Not bad. Young master, I am the third of the Xingzhou's 7 devils, demonic blade Wuming. Xingzhou's 7 devils? Lifeless blade? A hint of surprise flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes. He had heard of this name before. It was said that 100 years ago, 7 great, demonic cultivators suddenly appeared in the Xingzhou, and each of them had a tyrannical cultivation. However, although these 7 people cultivated the demonic path and called themselves devils, they were not as ruthless and murderous as the rumors said. Instead, they were chivalrous and righteous, eliminating evil and bringing peace to the people. For a time, the saints' faith was questioned, and the people's hatred for the devils was not as strong as before. However, very suddenly, these 7 devils disappeared. Or rather, they disappeared into thin air. Of course, with Ling Zhao's understanding of the saint would naturally not let go of these people who claimed to be devils and humiliated the saint. However, it was said that the weakest of these 7 people was a 5th-stage divine emperor, especially the leader of the 7 devils, Qin Demon, who was extremely terrifying. According to the rumors, the saint had once sent a divine envoy to lead 3 divine emperors to attack Qin Demon, but in the end, only the divine envoy returned with serious injuries. From this, it could be seen that Qin Demon's cultivation was at least an 8th-stage divine emperor. That's right. Young master, Lifeless Blade, is willing to fight against the saint with you. At this time, Elder Dao only thought that Ling Xiao was a devil and that he would definitely oppose the saint. However, what he did not know was that this devil was completely different from them. They believed in devils, but only because they believed in the freedom of devils. As for Ling Xiao, he had the innate coldness of a devil. Moreover, Ling Xiao, the sky demon, was the first true devil born in the primitive age. He used the heavenly Dao as a punishment and immortals as his enemies. He could kill all the obstacles that stood in his way. Elder Dao, you are indulging in fantasy. Pucci, just as Lifeless Blade was looking forward to it, a trace of evil flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. He turned into a devil shadow and enveloped Lifeless Blade. At this time, he was curious about the whereabouts of the remaining 6 great devils. However, what value did a blade demon who had lost his physical body and his cultivation level have? In terms of value, Ling Xiao felt that his divine soul memory was more useful. Crunch, crunch. Accompanied by a strange chewing sound, the Black Soul Palace behind Ling Xiao grew a few feet taller. A wave of memory instantly flowed into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. I see. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a scarlet light. He seemed to be thinking. In Lifeless Blade's memory, the reason why the 7 devils disappeared was that the divine master of the saint had surrounded them in a valley in Zhongjiang. In the end, Lifeless Blade destroyed his physical body, and the Guqin demon burned his cultivation level to fight for a chance of survival. Since then, the 6 devils' whereabouts were unknown. However, Lifeless Blade was lucky enough to escape with a wisp of his divine soul and hid in the fantasy world 3000. It seemed that the divine master of the saint had a terrifying cultivation level. In Lifeless Blade's memory, the 7 devils had an agreement. One day, when they overthrew the saint and returned freedom to the world, the 7 of them would live in seclusion in Nanjiang and find a place with mountains and seas to play the Guqin and brew tea. They would live happily and not care about worldly affairs. From the looks of it, the 6 devils might still be alive, and they might be hiding in the southern border. After all, the saint's control over Nanjiang was weak. Given the strength of the 6 devils, if they wanted to live in seclusion, even the divine master would not be able to find them. But, for some reason, Ling Xiao felt as if he was looking at another mandate of heaven who was standing on a mountain far away, calling out to him affectionately, "Come, happy." The 7 peerless masters were determined to return freedom to the world. In the end, the 3 devils died, and the first devil destroyed his own cultivation. How could they be willing to die in the middle of the road? Devils did whatever they wanted, but they were also stubborn. Moreover, the 7 of them were all amazing talents. Any one of them had the potential to establish a sect. Now that they were living in seclusion, perhaps they were preparing for an even greater change. We can't defeat the divine master of the saint, but in the Shangzhou, perhaps only the divine master can suppress the 6 of them. But if the talents of the 6 were gathered in one person, would it be possible to step out of the shackles and become the sole master of the world? So, my 6 masters are super fierce, aren't they? Or could it be that my 6 masters were all big shots in the cultivation world? Hee, I just don't know if this lucky person is a cute girl or a young man who is going to die for sure. Don't speculate. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to meet this Tianming who shares the same ideals as me as soon as possible. Damn. Chapter 516. Southern Border. Seems like a good place. Ling Zhao's demonic aura dissipated, and he appeared in the main hall. However, the leek in front of him had not been harvested yet. There was no point in thinking too much. If the 6 great demons really took in a disciple, it was obvious that this person was extremely talented and had terrifying means. In that case, his luck would be even more terrifying. Damn, I wanted to go to Southern Border to eat some seafood, but I didn't expect to be served a plate of leek. Well, it said that oysters and leek are better roasted. However, before that, Chu Tiancheng, my good disciple, do you have a lot of questions and unwillingness now? Cold Moon, Celestial Mountain, the genius's bedroom. Chu Tiancheng lay on the soft bed and opened his eyes in a daze. Although his aura was a little weak, it was not weak. With the 4th grade elixir given by Ling Xiao, Chu Tiancheng's injuries were not worth mentioning. Of course, his injuries were not serious, but it did not mean that the crack in his Tao heart would disappear. Especially now that Yuan Yao had a good impression of Ling Xiao, the goddess of destiny's consolation would definitely hurt his heart even more. Do you think this is the end? Haha, what am I, Ling Xiao, best at? Playing with the chosen one? No. I just want to give him a little help, a little hope, when he is at his most desperate. Do you think you are in hell? Don't be nervous, baby. I am here. I will patiently tell you that there is more than one layer of hell. Brother Chu, you are awake. Just as Chu Tiancheng was at a loss, a sweet female voice suddenly came from beside him. Brother Chu? For a moment, Chu Tiancheng thought that it was a girl from Western Border who secretly admired him and was secretly taking care of him. But why does this voice sound so familiar? It shouldn't be. Yao has never called me Brother Chu, until Chu Tiancheng tilted his head and looked at the beautiful, smiling face standing beside the bed. His eyes suddenly widened. Even the corner of his mouth was faintly bleeding. What? When I was invincible in Western Border, you called me Brother Tiancheng. I just lost today and now I am Brother Chu? Suddenly, Chu Tiancheng felt a chill in his heart. He felt his scalp itch and his entire body prickle. As expected, Big Brother Zhao's medicinal pill is truly miraculous. Brother Chu's injuries actually healed in a single day. Yuan Yao smiled sweetly, her face gentle. Ling Zhao's saber was extremely powerful. In the eyes of outsiders, even if Chu Tiancheng didn't appear to be injured, it was most likely an act. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted. But Chu Tiancheng actually recovered from such serious injuries in a single day. What did this mean? Chu Tiancheng's talent was extraordinary? Of course not. This meant that Big Brother Ling Zhao's pill was terrifyingly precious. But just as Yuan Yao's voice fell, she saw Chu Tiancheng's eyes roll back and he almost fainted. Brother Xiao. Medicinal pills? What kind of medicinal pill? Yao. Or what did you say, what medicinal pill? Chu Tiancheng took a deep breath, barely suppressing the anger in his heart and doing his best to sound as calm as possible. Oh, Brother Chu, there's something you don't know. Just now, when you were knocked unconscious by Brother Zhao's blade, it was he who took out a medicinal pill and saved you. Otherwise, I'm afraid Brother Chu would have died. What? Chu Tiancheng's eyes widened, and he directly sat on the bed, breaking my illusory blade, trampling on my dignity, taking my woman. This Ling Xiao actually saved my life? Puchi. This time, Chu Tiancheng couldn't hold back the blood at the corner of his mouth and directly spat it all over the ground. Beep, the destined child's heart is filled with resentment. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Brother Chu, what's wrong with you? Yuan Yao's expression was flustered. She hurriedly took out several jade bottles from her Qingquan bag and poured out 4 or 5 medicinal pills with dense spiritual energy. Then, she supported Chu Tiancheng's back with one hand and fed the pills into his mouth with the other. Brother Chu, take the medicine. Brother Xiao said that your injuries aren't serious. Take his pill, and you should be fine after 2 days of rest. Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao. Yuan Yao, could it be that 10 years of feelings really couldn't compare to a person you just met? But it was also very sad. Just now, her panic when looking for spiritual herbs didn't seem to be fake. What did this mean? It meant that she actually still cared about me in her heart. But being weak is the original sin. Just like what Elder Dao said, there are no immortals or demons in this world. Whoever stands high has the right to choose their identity. The law of nature is that whoever is stronger has the right to choose a spouse first. Yao, or I don't blame you. Blame me. I'm not strong enough, not hard enough. My saber can't cut Ling Xiao. Yaoer, I'm sorry. Chu Tiancheng shook his head blankly. His mind was in a mess, especially Ling Xiao's last slash. Although it wasn't enough to completely shatter his Dao heart, it was already on the verge of collapse. The illusory world was already shattered. Where was his Dao? Of course, compared to ordinary destined children, this Chu Tiancheng was someone who had fallen once. So, cold words and ridicule were no longer a blow to him. However, Ling Xiao's strength made him feel incomparably oppressed. That tired figure in white was like a mountain, pressing down on him until he couldn't breathe. But, so what? When he was framed by his clan brother, and all his meridians were broken, wasn't he also helpless? At least this time his cultivation was still there, and Yao didn't really leave. I still have a chance. Elder Dao said that in this world, all the tribulations that can't kill you will eventually make you stronger. I'm already invincible among my peers. I didn't expect that today I would unexpectedly find motivation. Ling Xiao, today's slash, I will definitely repay it. At that time, I will personally take back everything that belongs to me. Beep. The destined child has a strong Dao heart and sees demons as a stepping stone. Protected by the Dao of heaven, luck increased by 500 points. Brother Chu? Brother Chu? Looking at the dazed young man in front of her, Yuan Yao frowned and the worry in her eyes grew. She wanted to draw a clear line with Chu Tiancheng and give her heart to Brother Xiao as soon as possible. But her template meant that she couldn't bear to see even a trace of suffering. Actually, Brother Chu, you don't have to be so depressed. With Brother Xiao's strength, I'm afraid that no one in the Xingzhou's younger generation is his match. For someone like him, his peers are all ants. How could he be easily defeated? Losing to him isn't something to be ashamed of. Yuan Yao comforted him softly without any hint of mockery. But every destined child was proud. How could they admit that they were inferior to others? Being belittled by the woman he loved almost shattered Chu Tiancheng's Dao heart that had just stabilized. Puchi. Also, Brother Chu, I've already discussed with Brother Xiao. When we enter the secret realm, the 3 of us will travel together. He will protect you. With Brother Xiao taking care of you, you will definitely be fine. Puchi. Chu Tiancheng fiercely swallowed the blood in his mouth. Chu Tiancheng. Why would I need someone to protect me? Brother Chu? Brother Chu? It seems that your injuries haven't completely recovered. I won't disturb you any more. Rest well for a few days. The frigid moon immortals should be opening soon. I'll come call for you then." Yuan Yao sighed softly and looked deeply at Chu Tiancheng. "Brother Chu, don't worry. I will never leave you. No matter how many people despise or curse you, I will never leave you. In my eyes, even if you're completely defeated and crushed by others, you are still my brother. Yao, I will protect you." It was supposed to be an affectionate speech, but when it came out of Yuan Yao's mouth, it felt a little strange. "I only lost one match. How did I lose so miserably? Also, didn't I lose to Ling Xiao? You said it yourself. No one in the Shengzhou of the same generation is his match. How could I be despised and mocked by others? Why do I feel like you're the only one who despises me?" Damn. Chapter 517. Yao. Is she trying to humiliate me? Chu Tiancheng took a deep breath. His face was ashen. "Brother Chu, lie down and rest. Your face is green. I'll leave you these bottles of elixirs. They're all elixirs to replenish your qi and blood. Take them." Yuan Yao turned around and left, feeling sad. Chu Tiancheng waved his hand and knocked the bottles of elixirs to the ground after she left the hall. There was not a trace of injury on his body. In other words, Ling Xiao could not bear to hurt him. After all, the immortals were counting on the chosen one to perform well. If he was injured, wouldn't it affect their performance? He was just a divine general. He could be killed whenever he wanted. Therefore, Chu Tiancheng was injured in his mind and Dao heart. Elixirs could not heal him. Yuan Yao, one day, I will prove that no one in the Shengzhou is worthy of you except for me. Elder Dao. Chu Tiancheng finally calmed himself down and called out softly. The 3,000 illusory blades had been shattered, but he could not detect Elder Dao's aura. However, with Elder Dao's means and cultivation, he could hide in the blades and avoid being killed. How could he be killed so easily? Ling Xiao was strong, but only among his peers. If they were not at Cold Moon's Celestial Mountain, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain, because he still had a trump card that he had not used. That was transformation and fusion. Elder Dao. Elder Dao. However, Chu Tiancheng called out 3 times in a row, but he did not get any response. His heart began to sink, turn cold, and fall into despair. F***CK. Elder Dao could not have been killed by Ling Xiao and the illusory blades, right? Without Elder Dao, I, Chu Tiancheng, am nothing. Suddenly, Chu Tiancheng felt cold all over. He slumped on the couch and his eyes gradually became hollow. I'm having a mental breakdown. In one day, Elder Dao and his true love were both lost. Beep, the chosen one has a mental breakdown. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Elder Dao! I'm sorry. At this moment, Chu Tiancheng's heart was filled with regret. If he had known the outcome would be like this, why would he have fought with Ling Xiao? Now, not only was the saber broken, even Elder Dao was broken. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. However, at this moment, an aged voice suddenly sounded in his sea of consciousness. Chu Tiancheng's expression instantly froze. He was so emotional that tears streamed down his face. Old Dao, where are you? There are many experts in this Cold Moon Immortal Mountain. Earlier, when the illusory saber shattered, it almost exposed my whereabouts. Don't contact me for the next few days. When the time is right, I will contact you. Hiding in the void, Ling Xiao sent a message with his soul consciousness. What a joke, even if he did not hide himself. Just standing outside the palace, who in the entire Cold Moon Immortal Palace would dare to question his actions. As for this Chu Tiancheng, there is a 90% chance that he will not be able to walk out of the Cold Moon Immortal world. Why do you care where I hide? Elder Dao. It's my fault. Chu Tiancheng gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. It was because of his selfishness that Elder Dao had almost died. Others did not know Elder Dao's identity, but he did. The world would not tolerate the enemy of the holy sect. However, according to Elder Dao, the holy sect controlled people's hearts and fooled the world. His great wish was to eliminate the holy sect for the world and return freedom to the world. Although he was not strong enough and died in the process, his great wish should be passed down. I have already told you that if there is no woman in your heart, you will be able to pull out the saber. However, you can't let go of your obsession and ended up in this situation. Without strength, can you protect the woman? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. When it comes to acting, I am not targeting anyone. Everyone in the Shenzhou is just a little brother. Chang you got the order wrong. As long as you reach the top of the world, do you think Yuan Yao will not be moved? You fainted just now, but I saw it clearly. Yuan Yao almost threw herself into the arms of the holy sect's handsome, immortal-like, *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Asterisk. Elder Dao. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Chu Tiancheng wiped the tears from his face, his eyes full of apology. Only in front of this old senior could he let go of all his worries. As for why he did not suspect Ling Xiao at this time, F***CK, you are looking down on my acting skills and the power of my divine spirit. I have already searched that old thing's soul. Isn't such a simple imitation the self-cultivation of an actor? Humph. What's the use of knowing your mistake now? Your saber has been broken. Elder Dao's voice was a little angry, and Chu Tiancheng immediately buried his head in his pants in guilt. More than once, Elder Dao had reminded him not to be emotional. Women would only affect the speed of his saber. However, he did not take it seriously and firmly regarded Yuan Yao as the driving force of his cultivation, where his Dao heart was. However, today, when he was defeated, the truth that he was proud of was shattered in the face of reality. That's right. Chu Tiancheng could completely imagine the scene of Yuan Yao throwing herself into Ling Xiao's arms. After all, she had called him Brother Xiao. The relationship between the two had probably surpassed his own. Strength. That was the way of the king. Elder Dao, don't worry. From today onwards, I will let go of the feelings in my heart and focus on saber cultivation. You are right. Only by standing at the top of the world can I protect everything. Chu Tiancheng took a deep breath. The struggle in his eyes gradually dissipated, turning into a bone-deep determination. It's too late. I can see that you have deep feelings for that girl. It will be difficult for you to completely forget her. Some things, the more you suppress them, the more painful it is. Elder Dao sighed bitterly as if he was sad. Elder Dao, I can do it. Humph. Why are you being so stubborn with me? I have seen so many people and so many things. How can I not see through your little thoughts? In the sky, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. You can my ass. If you can, how will my plot develop next? Shut up. I said no, you can't. But Chu Tiancheng's eyes were filled with doubt. He said hesitantly, Elder Dao, you mean I have no hope of surpassing Ling Xiao in this lifetime? That's not right. That Ling Xiao also has a woman by his side. She also seems to be interested in Yuan Yao. But why can he draw his saber and I can't? Humph, it's not completely hopeless. I have carefully studied that young man's saber intent. The biting cold and domineering aura is something I have never seen in my life. It is obvious that before he cultivated this saber, he must have been a determined young man who only had the saber in his heart. As soon as Elder Dao's voice fell, Chu Tiancheng suddenly understood. Oh, so that's why Ling Xiao only came out to flirt with girls after he cultivated the saber. He got the sequence right. But, are you really willing to let go of all your fetters and devote your heart to the saber? Of course. Elder Dao, As long as I can cultivate a saber intent stronger than Ling Xiao's, I will do anything you want me to do. Chu Tiancheng's eyes were deep, and there was no longer a trace of hesitation. All right, open your mind. I will teach you a technique that can break that young man's saber. Chapter 5:18. Thank you, Elder Dao. Chu Tiancheng did not doubt him and directly opened his mind. His face was filled with excitement. After 10 breaths of time, his eyes suddenly opened, and then he bowed deeply towards the void. Thank you, Elder Dao, for teaching me this peerless technique. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, a saber art turned into thousands of small words. Above the saber art, for golden words shone brightly. Evil warding saber manual. However, the 3 words evil warding saber and manual were square and vigorous, with a kind of vigorous and biting cold intent. But why was the word saber a bit sloppy, as if it was changed by someone? The saber art that Elder Dao passed to me must be an ancient technique. But why does it seem cheap? Cough, cough. Seeing the confusion in Chu Tiancheng's eyes, Ling Xiao immediately coughed twice. This art is a strange art. The person who created this art finally reached the supreme realm. But, Elder Dao, please tell me. Chu Tiancheng's eyes narrowed, and a faint sense of uneasiness flashed through his heart. If you want to practice this art, you must forget about women. Don't worry, Elder Dao. This time I will definitely. No, Cheng, or you might have misunderstood. Take a look at the first page of the saber manual. Ling Xiao smiled evilly, while Chu Tiancheng looked at the small words in his sea of consciousness in a daze. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and even his face was filled with a thick sense of horror. Under the 4 words of the evil warding saber manual, a line of small words flickered with light. If you want to practice this art, you must first castrate yourself. F***CK. This is forgetting about women. This is depriving me of the right to be a man. How could this be? How could there be such a harsh condition for a cultivation art in this world? If the purpose of cultivation was not to show off and women, then what was the point? From an ant to the 9 heavens 10 lands, I have been fighting dungeons and monsters all the way, aren't I tired? But humph. The reason why I didn't teach you this art before is precisely because the cultivation of this evil warding saber technique is harsh. I thought that you would be obedient and let go of your feelings, but I didn't expect. Sigh, if that Ling Xiao wanted to kill you today, you would already be a dead man. Ling Xiao's tone was deep and reproachful. Chu Tiancheng's lips trembled, not saying anything for a long time. Dao Elder, is there no other way? At the end of the day, self-castration wasn't a big deal, but it was extremely humiliating. If others were to know that he, the dignified crown prince of Chu, was actually a person without roots, then wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the entire western border? Moreover, in the end, he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao and reach the top of the world because he wanted Yuan Yao's approval. What Elder Dao said was right. Severing the threads of love was easy to say, but how many people in the world could actually do it? But I can't even be a man anymore. How am I supposed to become an immortal? That Ling Xiao's saber art is extremely young and domineering. It's quite extraordinary. However, his true strength is not his saber art, but his saber intent. Now that you want to defeat him and become the sole ruler of the world, this evil warding saber art is the most suitable. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Seeing that Chu Tiancheng was still hesitating, he immediately sighed. I understand your concerns, but Cheng, you've already died twice. You can't do the same thing 3 times. If there's another time, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Dao Elder, this saber art is extremely keen and soft. It can restrain most of the domineering cultivation techniques in the world. As long as you master it, you can wrap Ling Xiao with your een and soft power. I guarantee that he'll be happy. No, he'll be in so much pain that he'll wish he was dead. But, moreover, This is the only way I can think of to cut off the threads of love in your heart. Solve the problem from the root. Only by cutting it off for eternity can it be considered a real solution. Moreover, as long as you can step out of the shackles of heaven and earth and cultivate to the supreme realm, you can even reconstruct your broken limbs, let alone that place. Ling Zhao's sincere guidance made Chu Tiancheng gradually waver. That's right. It was said that as long as one's cultivation was high enough, not to mention the physical body, even the spirit could be reconstructed. Before that, what did it matter if he was wronged and ridiculed? The peak of martial arts was lonely. It was lonely at the top. Only adversity could sharpen one's heart. At this moment, Chu Tiancheng suddenly understood. Perhaps this was Tao Elder's expectation of me. What he wanted was never for me to become the strongest in the Shenzhou continent, but to become the strongest in the 9 heavens. Today, I'll cut off the roots of love. From now on, I'll have no more desires and focus on the Tao. What Ling Xiao? He's just a stepping stone on the long road to immortality. I should thank him for helping me understand what is real in this world and what is just an illusion. Tao Elder. Finally, Chu Tiancheng took a deep breath and took out a long saber from his cosmos bag. I understand. Puchi. There was no hesitation or regret. Blood spurted out like a pillar, instantly drenching Chu Tiancheng's robe. But at this moment, there was no trace of pain on his face. Only a teardrop seemed to fall from the corner of his eye. I am not a man anymore. Endless humiliation filled his heart in an instant. At this moment, Chu Tiancheng's eyes gradually turned blood red. Beep, the chosen one's Tao heart has been humiliated and there are signs of turning into a demon. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a smile. In just one day, the #1 prodigy of the western border had almost ruined himself. Now, he had 2,500 luck points left. However, soon, Ling Xiao would make him understand what it meant to lose one's roots and love. Sai Chenger, don't be too sad. As long as you can master the warding evil saber technique, it will be more than enough to kill Ling Xiao. But this technique is obscure and difficult to understand. You must not be impatient and cannot use it in front of others. After all, it's a little evil. Ling Xiao reminded him one last time, and Chu Tiancheng only nodded slightly. Everything that happened today was all thanks to Ling Xiao. Now, he only hoped to master this technique as soon as possible and kill this bastard. Only then could he relieve the pain in his heart. Cheng, don't worry and cultivate. I will hide first. When the immortal world opens, I will find a chance to sneak in and help you fight for the fortune. Thank you, Elder Tao. Chu Tiancheng stood up and bowed to the void. He did not get up for a long time. When there was no more movement in the hall, Chu Tiancheng picked up something from the ground and cried bitterly. Outside the main hall, Ling Xiao heard the sorrowful voice coming from within, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a sinister smile. Who told you to be pretentious and steal women? This is the price you have to pay. It was not until night fell that Chu Tiancheng gradually calmed down and cultivated the warding evil saber technique seriously. However, this cultivation caused his originally humble heart to suddenly surge with excitement. Didn't Elder Tao say that this ancient saber technique was obscure and difficult to understand? Why did I comprehend it after just looking at it casually? In the end, this technique was an item of the secular martial arts world. It was not even comparable to the most basic cultivation techniques on the path to immortality. But with Chu Tiancheng's trust in Elder Tao, how could he have thought of this? At this moment, Chu Tiancheng's face was glowing and his face was rosy. He sighed in his heart. I, Chu Tiancheng, am indeed a saber genius. Ling Xiao, just you wait. When I master this technique, I will kill you with my saber. Chapter 519. In the depths of a barren mountain in the southern border. The barren mountain was hidden by the deep sea. Snakes, scorpions, and ferocious beasts roamed freely. However, there was smoke rising from the chimneys in such a desolate place. It seemed that there were people living there. In the valley in the mountain, simple thatched cottages rose from the ground. They were lined up neatly. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 7 cottages. It was a scene of a remote mountain village. At this moment, in one of the cottages, a middle-aged man in green clothes with a gentle face stood with his hands behind his back. He was looking into the distance. There wasn't a single spiritual wave around him, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling just by standing there. More importantly, his right hand behind his back was missing a section of his little finger. Big brother, this is bad. At this moment, in the distant valley, a white-clothed figure suddenly rushed over. The person who came was also middle-aged. He was dressed in white clothes. His face was elegant and had a scholarly aura. At this moment, he was holding a soul tablet in his hand. However, there was no spiritual light flickering on it. Fourth brother, why are you panicking? The green-clothed man frowned slightly. Among the 7 brothers, the 4th brother was the calmest other than himself. However, looking at his current appearance, he was more or less panicked. Something big happened. Big brother. 3rd brother's soul tablet is broken. The white-clothed scholar's eyes were red. There seemed to be tears in them. The green-clothed middle-aged man's body instantly trembled. He held the soul tablet handed over by the former, and did not speak for a long time. However, there was a trace of extreme coldness in the depths of his eyes. In the end, we can't get through this. In the battle that day, the 3rd brother risked his physical body being broken to buy time for himself and the other 5 brothers. Just now, he was able to burn his cultivation to help the 2nd brother set up the universe, shifting formation and escape. However, what they did not expect was that although the 3rd brother's physical body was broken, his soul was not extinguished. In other words, the 3rd brother was not dead. Big brother, you asked me to calculate the location of the 3rd brother. However, for the past few decades, I could only vaguely feel that he was in the west. However, I could not find him accurately. However, this morning, when I wanted to use the divine armament technique again, I found out that the soul tablet of the 3rd brother was broken. The white-clothed scholar's tears flowed down his face. He looked sad. The 3rd brother died for them. During these 100 years, the 6 brothers were always looking forward to reuniting. But now that the saint was tyrannical, for the sake of everyone's safety, the green-robed man did not allow anyone to leave the village. Who would have thought that their parting that day would be their eternal parting? Big brother, we must take our revenge. The white-robed scholar gritted his teeth as his emperor might surged. He was actually a 5th-stage god-emperor expert. Chew! Or has she come out of seclusion? The green-robed man sighed. How could he not want to avenge his brother? However, the cultivation of the divine master of the divine sect was terrifying. He had already stepped out of the shackles and was not someone the brothers could contend against. Otherwise, why would they have fled to this place and concealed their identities? Furthermore, in order to escape, he had not hesitated to burn his cultivation. Although he had recovered, he was no longer the zither demon that the righteous path of the Shangzhou continent feared. Recalling the past, when the Guqin demon appeared, he would play his 9 fingers lightly. Those who heard him would be scared out of their wits, and those who listened would be scared out of their wits. It was impossible to guard against. But now, even though he was still a god-emperor, he was no longer able to play a peerless soul song, because he had fear in his heart. The divine master of the sacred cult. The 7 demons of the Shenzhou continent were all absolute geniuses. The great demon Wenryu, known as the Zither demon, used souls as songs and killed people without leaving a trace. The 4th demon Jian Yunliang, known as the book demon, used the Xianhuang ancient book to predict the past and present. But now, the once all-powerful great demon was like a mortal, living a secluded life, aloof from worldly affairs. But had they really let go of the great ambitions in their hearts and only wanted peace? Obviously not. Not yet. This time, Chu Er's breakthrough to the Divine Lord Realm will definitely attract a lot of attention. Big brother, the day before yesterday, I divined that a great enemy is coming. Jian Yunliang's expression was solemn, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Someone who could be called a great enemy by the 6 demons was most likely an expert of the saint. Should we don't act rashly for now? When Chu Er comes out of seclusion, the southern border's grand event will be held. At that time, with Chu Er's talent, he will definitely become famous and get the opportunity. If he can take over the tribes of the southern border, the saint can be slaughtered. Although when Ryu's name was warm and simple, his words were filled with endless killing intent. It is said that there is a heaven's pride in that tribe. I wonder how she compares to Chu Er. Haha, with the combined strength of the 6 of us, no one in the same generation in the Xingzhou is a match for Chu Er. Jian Yunliang shook his head and smiled. When he mentioned Chu Er, his eyes were filled with gratification. 30 years of hiding, 30 years of searching for one person, 20 years of teaching one person. Now, all the hopes of the 6 demons were on Chu Er, so we can't act rashly now. As long as Chu Er can grow smoothly, sooner or later, he will fulfill all our ambitions. When Ryu sighed softly, her starry eyes shining brightly, Chan Er, I will definitely avenge you. No matter what I have to pay, I will make him die without a burial place. Yes, big brother, don't worry. Chu, I will definitely reach the top of the Shangzhou in 100 years at most. Cold Moon Immortal Palace. The moon was as cold as water, and there were branches supporting the night. Normally, at this time, most cultivators would be deep in thought or asleep. Only the disciples and elders of the Immortal Palace cultivated with the moon. This was the best time to cultivate. At the peak of the Immortal Mountain in a hall, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the bright moon in the distance with a smile on his face. Chu Tiancheng was basically crippled. Now, he just needed an opportunity to completely shatter his Tao heart. Then, this Tianming's Tao path would stop. Next, Xiaofeng, are you ready? It's time for you to perform. Ling Xiao slowly walked out and walked towards the back of the mountain. There was an obscure aura sitting on the peak of the cloud mountain, quietly cultivating. For Xiaofeng, in the entire Cold Moon Immortal Palace, only his master, Yu Xiao and Han Qingqiu, could attack his Tao heart. However, Han Qingqiu still had a mission, and it was not suitable for her to completely fall out with Xiaofeng. So, disciple, are you really a demon? Master, I'm not. You're not. Then why are you with a demon? CK. It's a long story, and you may not believe it. In short, it's very complicated and difficult to explain. Even if I explain, no one will believe me. It's too difficult for me. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound came from the depths of the cold palace. Then, Xingxin and Xiaofeng appeared out of thin air and hid in the forest. Seeing the familiar scene, Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. What an awesome teleportation technique! Most importantly, this technique was so miraculous that not only did it avoid everyone's sight, it even avoided the sect protecting array of the Cold Moon Immortal Mountain. Inexplicably, Xiaofeng was even more in awe of this great demon in front of him. At this moment, a scene that made Xiaofeng even more excited appeared. Not far away, a white-robed figure slowly walked towards the depths of the Immortal Mountain. Not only was there no expert accompanying him, but he also did not have any companions. CK. This is, I want to sleep and you send me a pillow? Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, what should I say about you? Aren't you awesome? Aren't you always targeting me? Tonight, I'll let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. Chapter 5:20. Elder Xing. Elder Xing. It's him. It's him. My enemy, Ling Xiao. Xia Feng was agitated. He pointed at Ling Xiao and almost screamed. F***CK. It's late at night. Why did you go to the back mountain instead of staying in the palace? Ling Xiao, did you know that I was coming? Did you come to deliver your head to me? Beside him, Xing Xin gently nodded. I know. You know. Suddenly, Xia Feng felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. It shouldn't be. Didn't Elder Xing come from Xingyuan Mountain? When had he ever seen Ling Xiao? When I look at this young man, I see that he's elegant and handsome, and there's an immortal aura circulating around him. He must be a dragon or phoenix among men. An outstanding talent. Xing Shen's tone was serious, and his expression was inexplicably grave. This, Xia Feng frowned. Although Xing Shen was right, Ling Xiao was indeed handsome and had a celestial air about him. But was it really appropriate to praise an enemy's young man like that? Xing Shen didn't move until Ling Xiao was far away. Elder Xing, he went over. Xia Feng's face was blank as he watched Ling Xiao disappear in front of him. In the end, he swallowed his saliva. Slap. Xing Shen slapped Xia Feng's head. Xia Feng felt the pain but didn't make a sound. He was afraid. Although Xing Shen was smart, this was the Cold Moon Immortal Palace, the headquarters of the enemy. Once his identity was exposed, he would be called a demon and might be killed by the palace's experts. It would take time to run away. Xia Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to last one breath in front of an emperor god. Do you think I'm blind? I didn't see him go over there. This you. Xia Feng gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. However, he kept a smile on his face. Let's go. Follow him. He went to the back mountain in the middle of the night. He must be up to something. Let's go and see what he's up to. After saying that, Xing Xin immediately chased after Ling Xiao. Xia Feng only hesitated for a moment before he could only grit his teeth and follow. In fact, according to his character, he should immediately attack and kill Ling Xiao, then turn around and run. Follow them? Don't you know the saying, curiosity kills the cat? This is Cold Moon Immortal Palace. Your methods are quite brilliant, but your cultivation is still there. If by any chance you were to disturb the Frost Moon Palace Master or those 6th or 7th stage God Emperor Elders, wouldn't you be walking right into a trap tonight? But what can I do? I also want to run. But with my strength, I won't be able to break the sect-protecting grand formation above my head. I can't just walk out of the mountain gate. F***CK. It was only when Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in the distance that Xing Xin and the other man's faces turned serious. Then, the young man suddenly stretched and turned his head to look at Xing Xin and the other man. Xia Feng, you actually dare to come to Cold Moon Immortal Palace? At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice was clearly wrapped in spiritual energy, and it instantly spread over 100 miles. The entire Cold Moon Immortal Palace was brightly lit, and even the grand formation above their heads was shining with a brilliant light. Xia Feng stood there with a blank expression, and Xing Xin also pretended to be blank. You piece of trash! It's none of my business. I didn't move, senior. Xia Feng was about to cry. He had clearly tried his best to conceal his presence. So how could Ling Xiao have sensed his presence? This was illogical. Senior, let's hurry up and run, or it will be too late. Humph. Wait for me for a moment, just a moment, and I will be able to kill this boy. Xing Shen's expression turned serious, and a demonic aura covered the sky around him. The entire ancient forest withered in an instant. An evil and sinister aura surrounded Ling Xiao. At this moment, Xing Xin naturally sensed the aura at the edge of the ancient forest. With Yu Zhao's strength, even if she couldn't sense Xing Xin's presence, she would definitely be able to sense Xia Feng's presence. Therefore, She had already hidden herself to the side. Disciple of the Holy Church, die! Xing Shen roared at the sky, and the demonic aura around him shot into the sky, covering the white moon. The terrifying demonic aura spread for thousands of miles, as if telling the entire cold moon immortal palace that a demon had descended tonight. For some reason, Xia Feng felt that something wasn't quite right. You are a great demon god, Emperor. Is there a need to make such a big fuss just to kill a 17-year-old boy? Shouldn't you have quietly dealt him a fatal blow, then taken me with you and run? Wouldn't that have been the end of it? This could have been settled in 2 breaths. Why did you have to make such a big fuss, as if you were afraid that others wouldn't know you were a demon? Of course. Xia Feng only dared to say this in his heart. His life was now in the hands of great demon god Xingxin. If he abandoned him and ran away alone, do you think the people of Cold Moon Immortal Palace would let him go? I'm not with him. I'm really not. Like hell, I'll believe you. You're not with him. How did a puny divine general like you get to the peak of Cold Moon Mountain? Are you insulting the intelligence of the experts of Cold Moon Immortal Palace? Xia Feng's feelings were very complicated. He didn't want to take the risk of going up the mountain to kill a demon. However, if he didn't kill Ling Xiao, Xing Shen would kill him. What do you mean by there's no way to get off a tiger? I'm a man of destiny. How did I end up in this situation? I'm with a demon and I have to pretend to be one. Neither the righteous nor the demon could explain this. For example, Xia Feng had no other choice but to be a demon. What's going on? It was as if there was an invisible hand behind him that was wantonly manipulating his fate. However, when he saw the panic and confusion on Ling Xiao's face, the sullen feeling disappeared without a trace. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, so what if I'm a demon? As long as I kill you today, everything will be worth it. Buzz! An ear-piercing buzzing sound resounded through the mountain peak. Xing Shen's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. At this moment, it was unknown whether Ling Xiao was scared out of his wits or was intimidated by the sky demon's light. He stood there in a daze and didn't even try to dodge. That's it. Senior Xing Shen, faster, faster. 100 feet, 7 feet, 3 feet. But just as Xing Shen's palm was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. She stretched out her jade-like hand and created a sky full of moonlight, blocking Xing Shen's attack. Boom! A terrifying spiritual power swept out in an instant. Within a radius of 100 feet, the mountain rocks were shattered and the grass and trees were reduced to ashes. The cracks in the space were like waves, stretching for thousands of miles. Xing Shen let out a muffled groan and was instantly sent flying. Blood seemed to be spilling out of his mouth, and the demonic aura around him was extremely weak. At this moment, Xia Feng's face was completely blank. He could see that the figure that suddenly appeared was the person he didn't want to see the most tonight. The second elder of the Cold Palace, his master, Yu Xiao. Chapter 521. Yi. You've really disappointed me. Yu Xiao's eyes were clear. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be silver light around her body, making her look like an immortal. At this moment, above her head, there was a bright moon emitting divine light. It was bone-chilling. Background music. Start! The white moonlight shines on my face. It's so bright, but so cold. Everyone has some secrets that they want to hide. But the more they try, the more they are exposed. Compared to the moonlight, the coldness in Yu Zhao's eyes was even more frightening. Master, it's not like that. Xia Feng's eyes were sad. His body trembled slightly and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. I can't wipe them away. The road is too long. I can't get forgiveness. Beep. The destined child is in despair. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Tell me, are you Feng Yi or Xia Feng? Yu Xiao took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calmer. At the same time, in the surrounding forest, Countless disciples and elders of the cold palace stood in the distance, blocking Xiaofeng and Xingxin's escape route. Master, Xiaofeng slowly closed his eyes. He wanted to say something, but stopped. In the entire Cold Moon Celestial Palace, the person he didn't want to lie to the most was his master, Yu Shao. This woman, who was cold on the outside but cared for him a lot, had been imprinted in Xiaofeng's heart. Xiaofeng only had respect for her. He didn't have any other thoughts. Yu Shao was like an elder to him. She was strict, reproachful, and expectant. It was precisely because of such true feelings that Xiaofeng's heart, which had been sealed for a long time, was opened. But now, looking at the disappointment in Yu Zhao's eyes, Xiaofeng felt so sad that he wanted to die. Master, I'm really not a demon. The person you're protecting is the real demon. But I don't know how to explain it to you. A series of coincidences made Xiaofeng a demon that he couldn't get rid of. Maybe, in Master's eyes, I'm the real demon. Suddenly, Xiaofeng lowered his head and smiled. His smile was sad. It turned out that there was no justice in this world. Uft! Endless grievances and frustration finally broke the defense in Xiaofeng's heart. He just stood there and spat out blood. It was as if he had forgotten to run away. He was tired and didn't want to run anymore. Beep, Destiny's Child of Life and Death. Congratulations to host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the system notification, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a playful smile. Tired of playing? Stinky little brother, you can't last long enough. If you're targeted by me, it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Ling Zhao discreetly glanced at the forest to the side. After confirming that Yuan Yao had arrived, he gave Xingxin a look. Xiaofeng, let's go. Xingxin grasped Xiaofeng's shoulder and prepared to leave. At this moment, the Cold Moon Palace master let out a cold snort. She took a step forward, and the spiritual might around her was boundless. Moonlight began to float between heaven and earth. Above the frigid moon's celestial mountain, a spiritual array suddenly activated. Boundless moonlight poured down like a Milky Way, enveloping Xingxin and his companion. Palace Master, listen to me. Sure enough, it was just as Ling Zhao had expected. Yuan Yao's beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of the Cold Moon Palace Master. She opened her arms and blocked the Cold Moon Palace Master. Princess Yuan Yao, what do you mean by this? The Cold Moon Palace Master frowned slightly, and killing intent swirled in her eyes. To be honest, if not for the frigid moon's celestial mountain opening, she would need these western border geniuses to search for opportunities. Especially Yuan Yao, who was the one she thought the most highly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to slap this princess of De Yuan to death. The first time, Xiaofeng fled in a panic. You said that he had his difficulties and I could understand. But this time he brought the great demon to the frigid moon's celestial palace. And you still want to let him live? But Yuan Yao was known for her kindness in the western border, and she had the power of all living beings. If she killed such a person, how different would she be from the evil demon? The saint sect was ruthless and heartless, but that was behind the scenes. On the surface, the saint sect was still the leader of the righteous human race, and their mission was to slay demons and obtain the power of will from all living beings. Therefore, Yuan Yao couldn't be killed. Senior Xing, let's go. Xiaofeng sighed. It was inevitable that he would feel heartache. But if he wanted to clear up this misunderstanding, he had to kill Ling Zhao to verify his demonic body. In short, it was too late to take back the spilled water. He had no way to explain. He could only leave first, bear with it, and work hard to become stronger. Fortunately, Senior Xing's means were heaven-defying, and he was good at teleportation. Since he could pass through the frigid moon's celestial palace's protective array quietly, he should be able to escape easily, right? Xiaofeng turned his head and saw the bitterness in Xingxin's eyes. His heart skipped a beat. Don't mess around. What kind of situation is this? Don't tell me that you can come in, but you can't go out, right? Senior Xing, let's go. Cough, cough. I tried just now. Maybe it's because I'm injured. I need to recover first before I can bring you out. Xing Shen's tone was serious, and there was an inexplicable panic on his face. It wasn't that he couldn't leave. It was that he didn't want to leave. The show had just begun. If the main character left, who would continue the show? Today, the main thing was to attack Xiaofeng. There was another part, which was to show Princess Yuan Yao's benevolence. However, Xiaofeng suddenly felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet. Soon, it reached the top of his head. Princess Yuan Yao, I know that you have a benevolent heart. However, evil demons are vicious. What else is there to say? Could it be that you want to side with evil demons? The frigid Moon Palace master suppressed her anger and looked at Yuan Yao coldly. The meaning in her words was obvious. If you dare to stop me again, I will label you as a demon. At that time, how will you be any different from a demon? Palace master, you keep saying that demons are vicious. However, today who did those two hurt and kill? Yuan Yao was unmoved. She felt comforted and encouraged by Big Brother Ling Zhao's eyes. She felt a lot more strength in her heart. Big Brother Xiao, I will remember what you said to me. Compared to the evilness of the secular world, as long as you can understand me, I will not regret it even if I am cursed by others. Hearing that, the surrounding people looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that those two evil demons did not kill anyone today. They did not kill anyone today. However, how do you know that they did not kill anyone on a normal day? If you dare to stop me again, I will capture you as well. The frigid Moon Palace master clenched her teeth and snorted coldly. She stepped forward and rushed toward Xiaofeng and Yuan Yao. What a joke! These evil demons came to her frigid moon immortal mountain. Although the frigid Moon Palace master did not know how they managed to avoid the sect protecting Array, how could ordinary people imagine the methods of evil demons? Once today's matter was spread to the holy sect, she would have to bear the name of being incompetent. Palace master, how do you know that they killed people on a normal day? Could it be that just because their cultivation method is a little strange, the palace lord killed them indiscriminately? Yuan Yao cried out in alarm. She raised her hand and placed it on her head. If palace master kills people for no reason today, Yuan Yao will remonstrate with my life. You. Chapter 5:22. Buzz. The cold Moon Palace master's expression froze. She hesitated in midair. If it was anyone else, she would have killed them. However, Yuan Yao had a lot of connections. Even the disciple of the divine envoy, Lord Ling Xiao, praised her. If she really forced him to death, it would be a huge sin. Thank you for speaking up for justice. Princess Yuan Yao. Xing Xin sneered. He grabbed Xiaofeng's shoulder and was about to escape. At this moment, a ruthless look flashed across Yu Zhao's eyes. No matter what, Xiaofeng was her disciple. Since he was a demon, as his master, she naturally had to clean him up. Xiaofeng, stay. Boom! The moonlight in the sky bloomed like a lotus. In the void, rays of bright white moonlight turned into sharp blades and slashed toward Xiaofeng and Xingxin. Vast divine power surged, causing countless black cracks to appear in the space. Within 100 miles, turbulence was everywhere. It was like the end of the world. It was obvious that Yu Xiao wanted to kill them with this move. Xiaofeng raised his head and looked at the cold and resentful face in the distance. His lips trembled, but he didn't say anything in the end. Xiaofeng, let's go. Xingxin shouted coldly. He waved his hand and a palm print appeared out of thin air. It instantly swept up the two Western border geniuses who were watching the show and threw them toward Yu Zhao's attack. At the same time, Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed and overflowed with soul light. Xingxin and Xingxin disappeared on the spot. Pucci, the two Western border geniuses, didn't even have the chance to scream before their bodies were pierced by the moonlight. Blood rained down, and the entire cold moon's celestial mountain fell into a dead silence. This was especially true for Yuan Yao. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she almost fell to the ground. How they could have easily escaped. So why do they have to kill people before leaving? Why? Was I really wrong? Humph. Yuan Yao, look at what you've done. The Cold Moon Palace master shouted angrily. Even the surrounding disciples and geniuses looked at Yuan Yao with a trace of resentment. Yes, you are benevolent and kind, but you can't do this to demons. My 2 junior brothers, you died so unjustly. Of course, this kind of resentment was only because of the past. The one who died wasn't me, so there's no need to offend Princess Yuan Yao because of this. Besides, the princess was already crying. She must be feeling terrible. This could be considered a form of punishment. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. The Cold Moon Palace master led all the elders to the great hall at the top of the mountain. It was clear that she was going to discuss how to deal with the 2 evil demons who came and went as they pleased. The Cold Moon Immortal World was about to open. She would not allow any demons to disrupt the plans of the Saint Sect. Actually, Palace Lord, you're overthinking things. I won't let this demon mess up the plan. Don't worry. When there was no one left at the peak of the mountain, Yuan Yao stood all alone on the spot. Clear tears slid down from her eyes, and she seemed to be extremely lonely. For the first time in her life, she began to doubt her beliefs. The equality of all living beings was clearly the principle of the great Tao. But why were 2 innocent lives lost because of her today? Could it be that I was really wrong? Yao! At the edge of the ancient forest, Chu Tiancheng's eyes were filled with sorrow. At this moment, he could feel a trace of loneliness emanating from Yuan Yao. Yao, don't cry. Brother Tiancheng will always stand behind you. How hypocritical are people in this world. When you're in the limelight, they will surround you and flatter you. When you make a mistake, they will leave you without hesitation. Yao, or now you should know how good I am. But just as Chu Tiancheng lifted his foot and was about to walk towards Yuan Yao, he suddenly saw a white-robed figure slowly walk over and stand beside Yuan Yao. Damn, it's you again, Ling Xiao. Yao-er. At this moment, hearing a gentle voice behind her, a trace of surprise flashed across Yuan Yao's originally bewildered face. Brother Xiao, looking at the handsome face that was close to her and the trace of a smile on his face, Yuan Yao could no longer suppress the tears in her eyes. Brother Xiao, was I wrong? Could it be that I was really wrong? It's all because of me that they died. Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? How could they die because of you? Ling Xiao shook his head and reached out to pull Yuan Yao into his embrace. At this moment, how could he not feel Chu Tiancheng's aura? But you're a castrate. What are you thinking? Of course, this kind of comforting thing is for me to do. I, Ling Xiao, the light of the righteous path, love and tolerance, and am most willing to give warmth to every girl. As expected, hearing the reproach in Ling Xiao's voice, Yuan Yao was not angry at all. Instead, she felt strangely at ease. It was like a small boat floating on the sea that suddenly found a shore. Damn! They hugged. That adulterous couple hugged. As expected, Elder Dao didn't lie to me. In just one day, their relationship had developed to this extent. Those who didn't know better would think that the person who talked to her every day for 10 years was him, Ling Xiao. I, Chu Tiancheng, have loved you for a long time, and we've written letters to each other and talked about everything. But every time I asked you out, you either had a headache or something happened. You always used all kinds of reasons to reject me. I thought that you were shy and reserved, but I didn't expect. You. Puchi. Chu Tiancheng's figure trembled. His Tao heart that had healed showed signs of cracking again. Beep, the destined child, is jealous, and his Tao heart is unstable. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points, and 5,000 villain points. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced out of the forest without a trace. Tiancheng, you're very fast. At this speed, you'll probably use up all your luck before you can enter the immortals' world. But men are too fast. Oh, it's fine. You're not a man now. Big brother, if I didn't stop Han Yu Palace Master, she might have a way to capture those two evil demons. Why do you have to blame me? Blame me. Woo-woo. Yuan Yao lay in Ling Zhao's arms and cried softly. Haha, Yao, you're wrong. Those two evil demons would definitely die if they fell into Han Yu Palace Master's hands. All living things are equal, so are their lives not lives? Although in the end, those two disciples died because of the evil demons, but if Elder Yu Xiao didn't use her killing move and let them go, I think they wouldn't kill so recklessly. Ling Xiao sighed and patted Yuan Yao's shoulder lightly. Yao, you have to give them a chance first. Only then will they have a chance to change their minds. Think about it, they have killed 2 people today, but you have also saved 2 lives. In this way, we can call it even. However, if that demon is moved by your kindness and stops killing people in the future, wouldn't you be saving people? Yuan Yao was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the young man's gentle face, and her eyes widened. That's right. Big brother, Zhao's words make sense. Why am I so stupid? How can I doubt my own beliefs because of someone else's temporary gaze? Big brother Xiao, with you, Yao will not be confused in the future. Chapter 5:23. Yao, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Why do you care about this mortal world? Don't worry. No matter what, I will stand behind you. Ling Xiao smiled playfully and hugged Yuan Yao tightly in his arms. Outside the forest, Chu Tiancheng spat out another mouthful of blood. Why do you always steal my lines? I don't have many scenes to begin with. Now, I don't even have any lines. However, what he said was so profound. If I am guilty, let the heavens kill me. Why did they send a demon like you to torture me? Yuan Yao, why are you doing this to me? Chu Tiancheng closed his eyes. Tears flowed down his cheeks. She always left me only her phone number. She told me to contact her more often. But every time I call her. If I didn't run, I would set off outside. F***CK. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I feel much better now. A blush appeared on Yuan Yao's face as she struggled out of Ling Zhao's embrace. She lowered her head shyly. Let's go. It's getting late. It looks like the immortals will open soon. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the golden light pillar behind the cold moon, Celestial Mountain. Compared to a few days ago, there was a divine shadow in the light pillar. There were many palaces in the ancient forest. However, they looked broken and desolate. Yes, Big Brother Xiao, actually Yao, doesn't care about the immortals anymore. The biggest reward of this trip is meeting Big Brother. Yuan Yao's red lips were tightly pursed, and her face was already flushed red from embarrassment. It was like a ripe cherry, making people want to take a bite out of it. F***CK. You're so flirtatious. You're clearly in love. But why are you running away? The smile on Ling Zhao's face gradually froze as he looked at the golden-clothed figure who was covering her mouth and running towards the palace in the distance. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the realm, Ling Xiao looked at Han Qingqiu coldly. Do you know what to do? Don't worry, young master. Han Qingqiu nodded softly, looking at the jade-white Dan in her hand. Her eyes flickered with complexity. Originally, she had only wanted to use Ling Xiao to deal with Han Yu Palace Master and the Holy Sect. But now, for some reason, she felt as if she was completely under the control of this young man. After witnessing Ling Zhao's various methods, Han Qingqiu's reverence for him grew even stronger. Whether it was Chu Tiancheng, Yuan Yao, or Xia Feng, these so-called top geniuses of the western border, they were all being toyed with by Ling Xiao alone. Furthermore, Han Qingqiu was confused. With Ling Xiao's strength, he could clearly kill them easily, but why did he have to toy with them time and time again? Could it be that this fellow had some kind of shadow in his heart? Hiss, hiss. Are you cold? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Han Qingqiu. The latter shook her head. Then why are you trembling? Young master, I'll go now. Han Qingqiu fled in panic, heading towards a certain place in the realm. Looking at the fleeing figure, Ling Xiao sneered and disappeared on the spot. In front of the Blood Dragon Hall, 10,000 Blood Dragon guards held battle swords in their hands and trained in an orderly manner. Blood, qi circled around them and gathered in the air. Even if Xiao Beifo wasn't there, with Long Da and Long Air around, they didn't dare to slack off. At this moment, above the void, a blood dragon roared towards the sky. The dense blood qi extended for thousands of miles without end. Within a radius of 100 feet, there was complete silence. The spiritual qi and mountain wind had disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked up at the ferocious blood dragon and sighed softly in his heart. As expected of the strongest battle strength of the great Qin imperial clan, if this blood dragon was placed on the battlefield, it would definitely be an existence that could wipe out thousands of soldiers. Not to mention divine kings and divine marquises. Even a grade 4 or grade 5 divine emperor might not be able to withstand the power of this battle formation. Not to mention, this battle formation was missing a general, Xiao Beifa. Once this general entered the formation and controlled the blood qi, how terrifying would the battle formation's power be? In the end, Ling Xiao didn't disturb them and turned to leave. Now, the 10,000 blood dragon guards were all divine generals and had divine artifacts. As long as he came out of the immortals' world, he would probably be able to take over Shijiang. At the same time, in the depths of the realm, Xia Feng looked at Xing Shen with a panicked expression. He wanted to say something, but stopped. At this moment, he didn't dare to blame Xing Shen. He was afraid that Xing Shen would be unhappy and kill him again. But what are you unhappy about? If you weren't curious, you would have killed Ling Xiao long ago. Why did you have to run away so pathetically? F***CK. Now, not only did I not kill Ling Xiao, but I also became a demon. Thinking of the way Yu Xiao looked at him, Xia Feng felt unbearable pain in his heart. However, he didn't blame Yu Xiao because this master of his used to care about him. Similarly, Xia Feng also knew that although Yu Xiao looked cold, her character was extremely upright. She had never liked demons. Now that he carried the name of a demon and was on the same side as a demon, how could she not be sad? Moreover, in Xia Feng's opinion, the stronger Yu Xiao's killing intent was, the deeper her love for him. After all, the deeper the love, the more the hatred. Master, don't worry. One day, I will clear my name and prove to you that I am not a demon. Ling Xiao, you can be arrogant, but when the day comes, I will personally tear off your hypocritical mask and reveal the secret of your demon body. Then you will understand why the world can't tolerate you. Oh, it seems like the world can't tolerate me now. Slap. Just as Xia Feng was muttering to himself with a ferocious expression, Xing Shen suddenly slapped him and woke him up. Damn it! You trash! You can't do anything right but ruin everything. F***CK. In the end, Xia Feng did not say the word F***CK. At this moment, Xing Shen was obviously anxious. He still hoped that Xia Feng could use his spatial divine power to bring him into the immortals' world. If Xing Shen was angered, Xia Feng would have no hope of turning the tables. F***CK. Xing Shen was obviously stunned. Then he slapped Xia Feng hard in the face. F***CK. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've heard such an unreasonable request. Pucci, with Xia Feng's strength as a 5th grade divine general, how could he withstand Xing Shen's slap? He was immediately sent flying 10 feet away. blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. You should be a human. However, he still did not dare to complain. He even had a gentle smile on his face. Senior Xingxin, are you feeling better now? Humph. If you didn't make a sound and alert Lord Ling Xiao, I wouldn't have been surrounded by those cheese from Cold Moon, Celestial Palace. Xingxin snorted. Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment and bowed deeply. Senior, you are right. It's my first time, so I was a little nervous. In fact, Xiao Feng was also confused. He really didn't move. He didn't release any spiritual energy either. However, Ling Xiao had sensed it. Wasn't it strange? Great. We've missed the best opportunity. Cold Moon Celestial Palace will definitely be on guard. It'll be harder to kill him now. Xingxin took a deep breath. His expression was somewhat desolate. Senior, we can slowly kill Ling Xiao. Now that the ruins are about to open, do you think you can? You're dreaming. If I go to Cold Moon Celestial Mountain again, do you think I'll wait for Ren Yuang to kill me? Before Xiao Feng could finish his words, Xingxin interrupted him with a cold snort. F***CK. You didn't say that before, right? Didn't you say that you could come and go as you please and that you were the most powerful person in this world? All of a sudden, Xiao Feng panicked. Chapter 5:24. Say, Senior, didn't you promise me? Xiao Feng was at a loss and his eyes were filled with panic. Although the current situation had already exceeded his expectations. But the Cold Moon Immortals was the key to his rise. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for him to get rid of his demonic reputation. Sai, given your current situation, it's impossible for you to join the Immortals. Xingxin sighed with a look of disappointment on his face. It's not that I don't want to help you. The Cold Moon Immortal Palace's protective array was not fully activated. Now that we've exposed ourselves, I'm sure the Cold Moon Immortal Palace's Palace Master will fully activate the array to prevent any accidents. Unless what? Xia Feng's dim eyes suddenly brightened. Damn, I knew it. With so many things going on, there must be a turning point. Unless there's an elder in the Cold Moon Celestial Palace waiting for you and secretly opening the Grand Formation. Only then would I be able to send you in. However, you've already been exposed. Even if you enter the Cold Moon Celestial Mountain, won't you be courting death? Xingxin snorted and looked at Xia Feng with disdain. The hope that had just risen in Xia Feng's heart was extinguished again. Secretly opening the array, the Cold Moon Immortal Palace was the leader of the Western Border's righteous path. It had always been their responsibility to slay demons, not to mention opening the array and secretly letting him in. If an elder saw him, they would immediately kill him. Am I really going to be a demon for the rest of my life? Wait here first. I'll go to the Cold Moon Immortal Palace to investigate. This place is not far from the Immortal Mountain. Don't move around casually. Xingxin suddenly turned around and was about to leave. However, before he could take 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something. He waved his hand and a pitch-black demonic light descended from the sky, covering Xia Feng and the ancient forest. This array can cover your tracks. As long as you stay in it, even the God Emperor won't be able to detect you. This, Xia Feng's eyes trembled. In the end, he did not dare to ask and let Xingxin's figure disappear into the distance. Then he raised his head and looked at the demonic light in the sky above the ancient forest. He swallowed hard. Cover your tracks? Based on the demonic qi fluctuation that I can see with my naked eyes, you're not purposely asking me to attract everyone's attention so that you can take the opportunity to escape, right? For a moment, Xia Feng really wanted to escape from this place. However, whether or not he could enter the Immortals now depended entirely on this great demon. If he offended him, Xia Feng would have no hope left. However, even so, Xia Feng still took out a wind-riding spiritual talisman from his cosmos bag and put on 2 layers of spiritual armor, ready to flee for his life. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the distant horizon. Xiao Feng was so frightened that his eyelids trembled, and he almost immediately used the talisman to escape. However, when he saw the beautiful figure descending from the sky, a gentle look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Han Qingqiu! Today he did not see any trace of the goddess on the mountain peak. Who would have thought that he would coincidentally run into her while hiding here? What was this called? This was called a meeting brought together by fate. Suddenly, a crazy thought appeared in Xiao Feng's mind. Originally, with his character, he would never do anything risky. However, the Cold Moon Immortal Legacy was too important, he could not miss it. Moreover, Han Qingqiu had been seduced by Ling Xiao. Once she enters the immortal world, she will lose both her body and her life. Xiao Feng would not allow it. He would not allow himself to watch his Qiu fall into the tiger's mouth like this. Now the opportunity seemed to have come. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. Moreover, although Han Qingqiu was strong, she was not strong enough to kill Xiao Feng. Therefore, he dared to take a gamble on her. Even so, Xiao Feng was not in a hurry. He stood where he was and watched the beautiful figure from afar. He first wanted to make sure that Han Qingqiu was alone. He also wanted to make sure that the array set up by Xingxin was useful. Until Han Qingqiu was 10 feet away from him, her beautiful face was still calm, as if she did not notice the turbulent, demonic aura in the ancient forest. Xiao Feng stretched out his hand and waved it at Han Qingqiu. However, the latter still turned a deaf ear and ignored him. It seems that I am overthinking. Although Xingxin is a great demon, he is still very good to me. Buzz! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a spiritual light suddenly shot up from Xiao Feng's body. Then he took a step forward and appeared outside the ancient forest. The calm expression on Han Qingqiu's face disappeared and turned into a look of shock. Xiao Feng! How dare you appear at the foot of Frigid Moon, Celestial Mountain? This is really the foot of a celestial mountain. Senior Xingxin, I have wronged you. Hearing this, a look of guilt flashed across Xiao Feng's face. Qingqiu, this is not the place to talk. Come with me. Don't worry, I will not hurt you. I have a big secret to tell you. After that, I will let you do whatever you want of me. Since he had decided to take a gamble, Xiao Feng had completely let go of his worries. I have been hiding for so long. This time, I will take a gamble. Hurt me? Han Qingqiu looked at him with disdain. You think too much. In this realm, Master can kill you with a flick of his finger. Do you really think that you are the great Prince Xia? If you have something to say, you better say it now. Otherwise, I am afraid you will not have the chance later. Qingqiu, Senior Xingxin could come back at any time. He hates righteous disciples like you the most. If he sees you, I am afraid. Halfway through a sentence, Xiao Feng suddenly froze. The way I am speaking right now, it is as if I am a demon. I have been assimilated so quickly? As expected, killing intent flashed across Han Qingqiu's face. The moonlight in her hand shone brightly, and the cold sword in her hand shone brightly. Qingqiu, Ling Xiao is a demon. Ling Xiao is the real demon. Just as the young girl raised her foot and was about to rush toward Xiao Feng, a wisp of resentment finally surged onto his face as he roared loudly. Oh, but, to Xiao Feng's surprise, Han Qingqiu's face did not reveal any fear. Instead, she looked at him with a puzzled expression. Gulp. It is quite sudden. Xiao Feng's heart was filled with uneasiness. It can't be right. Didn't you hate demons the most in your previous life? You even said that you would kill all those pretentious demons in the world. Why are you not reacting at all? Could it be that my Qingqiu has been assimilated as well? How did you know? Then, just as Xiao Feng tightened his grip on the talisman and was about to flee, something even more surprising happened. Han Qingqiu suddenly put away her ancient sword and looked at him with a serious expression. What is the meaning of this? Wait, could it be that Qin Qiu already knew that Ling Xiao was a demon? Was her intimacy from before all an act? Was it just to lower the demon's guard? My Qiu, you are smart, wise, calm, and calm. Chapter 5:25. Qin Qiu, let's go somewhere else. The wariness on Xia Feng's face disappeared, and his lips curled into a warm smile. The memories of the previous life could not lie. No matter how much the plot had changed, it was hard to change a person's temperament. Han Qingqiu, the goddess of the immortal palace, hated demons beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, even though Xia Feng did not know what kind of secret she was hiding. But now, it seemed that she was only close to Ling Xiao on the surface because she had ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would not be so calm right now. She would not have accepted the secret that Ling Xiao was a demon so easily. All right. This time, Han Qingqiu did not refuse. Xia Feng's face finally bloomed into a radiant smile when he saw the white-clothed figure dashing into the distance. She believes me. Life was really full of ups and downs, but there was always a glimmer of hope. Is this what it means to come back from the jaws of death? As long as Han Qingqiu believes in me, I don't care if the whole world misunderstands me. More importantly, if Han Qingqiu is willing to help me, I will have a chance to enter the Cold Moon Fairyland. Even though she was not an elder of the Immortal Palace, her status as the successor of the Immortal Palace was no less than an elder. When the two of them were 100 miles away, Han Qingqiu stopped and turned to Xia Feng. Can you tell me now? Qingqiu, there are some things that I cannot tell you now, but I swear on my Taoist heart that I am not a demon. Ling Xiao is a demon. His reputation and temperament are all fake. I originally wanted to enter the Cold Moon Fairyland and kill him with my own hands. If I lied to you, let me be struck by lightning and shatter my body and soul. Boom! Just as Xia Feng's voice fell, the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. A bolt of silver-white divine lightning fell from the sky and struck Xia Feng's head without deviating from its target. Pucci! In an instant, Xia Feng's armor was shattered. All the hair on his body stood on end, and even his skin turned black. However, the power of the divine lightning was truly just right. It only hurt his skin and flesh. Even his bones were not damaged, let alone his meridians and dantian. F***CK. This shouldn't be the case. What I said just now was the truth. How could I be struck by lightning? Could it be that I've been too cocky? To be honest, with Xia Feng's strength, when he said that he would enter the immortal world to kill Ling Xiao, it was indeed somewhat pretentious. But Qingqiu, listen to me. He is indeed a demon. I already knew that. However, it seems that you are not a good person either. Han Qingqiu snorted coldly as her eyebrows furrowed. But it doesn't matter. I don't care who you are. Since you know that he is a demon, why don't we work together? Cooperation? Xia Feng narrowed his eyes and nodded. That's right. Work together. Of course, what he wanted wasn't cooperation, but Han Qingqiu's sincerity. However, with his current demonic reputation, it would be difficult to even get close to him, much less win the hearts of fairies. The cooperation was just the beginning. He would do his best to prove that he, Xia Feng, was the true destiny. Only he was worthy of the purest moonlight of the Cold Moon Immortal Palace. With Ling Xiao's current strength and status, if we recklessly accuse him of being a demon, I'm afraid no one will believe us. Instead, it will bring us a fatal disaster. Moreover, I have a faint feeling that he is hiding his cultivation. Han Qingqiu's tone was solemn. Her beautiful face gradually revealed a trace of killing intent. Qingqiu, you mean slap? Without waiting for Xia Feng to finish his words, Han Qingqiu slapped his face. Xia Feng, you better know your own identity. Xia Feng's eyes were filled with bitterness. He nodded slightly. I was rude. Han Xianzi, you mean the cold moon immortal world can suppress one's cultivation. Since Ling Xiao was accepted as a disciple by the divine envoy of the holy sect, his means must be terrifying. So, I want to gain his trust first. After entering the secret realm, I will find a chance to make a move on him. Han Qingqiu's eyes were cold. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of killing intent. That's right. Once we enter the ruins, our cultivation will be at the divine general realm. So what if he has many tricks up his sleeve? As long as I can. Cough, cough. As long as we join hands, killing him will be as easy as flipping our palms. Xiaofeng's lips curled into a smile. His eyes were filled with inexplicable confidence. Qing, Han Xianzi, but I have to enter the mortal world first. Humph. That great demon's means are brilliant. He can shift space. Are you afraid that you can't enter the cold moon immortal world? Han Qingqiu's eyes were filled with doubt. However, Xiaofeng's face flashed with an awkward smile. He, Han Xianzi, Senior Xingxin said that the Immortal Palace's protective array is not fully activated today. I'm afraid that after this incident, the Immortal Palace's protective array is controlled by the palace master himself. If that great demon can't enter, Han Qingqiu frowned slightly. She seemed to be in a difficult position. I know, Han Xianzi, as long as you can bring me into the secret realm, I will help you find the fortune inside. Xiaofeng's eyes were burning. How could he not know the risks of opening the protective array without permission and letting the demon in? Once this action was exposed, Han Qingqiu would be labeled as an accomplice of the demon. At that time, this Han Xianzi would be cruelly killed. I will try my best, but your current appearance is too obvious. Here is an appearance-changing pill and a sound-transmitting talisman. When the immortal world opens, I will inform you. Han Qingqiu snorted coldly. She handed the pill and talisman over to Xiaofeng and turned to leave. Han Xianzi, Xiaofeng clenched his fists. A trace of tears appeared in his eyes. Too thoughtful. Qingqiu was really too thoughtful. Most importantly, you are willing to take such a big risk for me. Qingqiu, don't worry. As long as I can enter the secret realm, not only will I help you kill Ling Xiao, but I will also give you a great fortune. Is there anything else? Han Qingqiu stopped and turned to look at Xiaofeng. Her face was as cold as ever. Thank you for your trust in me. From the beginning to the end, Xiaofeng did not ask Han Qingqiu how she knew about Ling Xiao's secret. Everyone has their own secrets, just like him. Even though he loved Han Qingqiu deeply for 2 lifetimes, he still did not dare to tell her the secret of his rebirth. But fortunately, this is a good beginning. After all, the two of them have crossed paths now. The rest of the story will be left to time. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng's smile became more gentle. That affectionate look made Han Qingqiu have goosebumps. Silly boy. Han Qingqiu snorted coldly and disappeared. Until her figure was far away, Xiaofeng was still standing in the same place, looking at the sky in a daze. Although the things that happened in the past 2 months made him anxious and fearful. But fortunately, the ending was good. From the moment Han Qingqiu appeared, he knew that his immortal path was about to be on the right track. Ling Xiao, wait for me. In this life, I will destroy your reputation and destroy your soul. You will not be tolerated by the heavens, and you will not enter the reincarnation cycle. I don't know what to say. Slap. Just as Xiaofeng's expression was cold and arrogant, a sharp pain came from the back of his head. F***CK? Chapter 5:26. Bang. Xiaofeng staggered. His face hit the ground and he was sent flying several meters away. No way. Why is it that every time I try to act tough, or even have the thought of acting tough, something happens? Didn't I tell you to hide in the array and not to leave? Xing Shen walked out of the void and stood at the edge of the ancient forest. He looked at Xiaofeng coldly. Say, Senior, Xiao Feng got up from the ground. His face was badly mutilated. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to reveal a trace of anger. After all, Senior Xing Shen's anger was justified. He was worried that he would be killed by the righteous faction if his whereabouts were exposed. This was a slap of love, especially after Han Qingqiu's confirmation. Xiao Feng no longer doubted Xing Shen. This great demon who was cruel and ruthless in the eyes of the world really cared about him. Suddenly, Xiao Feng felt a tinge of guilt in his heart. Humph! The array of Cold Moon Celestial Palace is fully activated. You have no chance. Now, leave the western border with me and return to Xing Yuan Mountain. After saying that, Xing Shen waved his hand. Sky Demon Qi rolled up and was about to leave with Xiao Feng. Senior, wait. You don't want to leave with me? Xing Shen's eyes flashed. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. No. Senior, I just met Han Qingqiu from Cold Moon Celestial Palace. Han Qingqiu? The successor of Cold Palace? You. Xing Shen's eyes became more alert. Xiao Feng was stunned. Only now did he realize that he could not explain to Xing Shen why Han Qingqiu helped him. She was willing to cooperate because she knew that Ling Xiao was a great demon. She wanted to enter the immortal world and kill him. However, Xing Shen was willing to help him because he thought that he was a great demon. If he found out that he was not a great demon, the consequences would be, isn't it confusing? To put it simply, if Xing Shen knew that Ling Xiao was the great demon, he would not hesitate to kill him. Damn! How should I explain my relationship with Han Qingqiu without making it sound fake? I'm panicking. Hee, there's something you don't know, Senior. Grief suddenly appeared on Xiao Feng's face. He looked up at the sky, and a tear seemed to fall from the corner of his eye. Before I was exposed, Qingqiu had always been pursuing me. However, the path of righteous Tao and devil Tao is different. I was afraid that I would succumb to worldly feelings. I was also afraid that one day we would turn against each other and become enemies. That would only increase my sorrow. Therefore, I cruelly rejected her. I didn't expect that after she found out about my identity as a devil Tao, she still didn't abandon me. She even took the initiative to send me medicinal pills and spirit talismans. As he said those words, Xiao Feng took out an appearance-changing pellet and a voice transmission talisman. Thus, I've decided to accept her and try my best to pull her into our camp. Oh, the corners of Xing Shen's eyes twitched. Who asked you to pretend? Fortunately, His Majesty isn't here. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have died on the spot. So, Han Qingqiu is willing to be your spy and help you open the Immortal Palace array? Of course, no matter how pretentious Xiao Feng was, it had nothing to do with him. As long as it didn't delay his lord's plan, it would be fine. That's right. So, I'll have to trouble Senior to send me to the Cold Moon Immortal Mountain on that day. Aren't you afraid that she's deliberately luring you into a trap? Xing Shen sneered. Xiao Feng shook his head slightly. Although he was a coward, he still trusted Han Qingqiu. Otherwise, half a day's time would be enough for her to summon the experts of the Immortal Palace to kill him. Senior, you don't understand. Since you've given your love to a person, you should trust her without any regrets. Xiao Feng's face was solemn. However, there was an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. Although he was nothing in Han Qingqiu's eyes, but this feeling of being pretentious was really delightful. At the very least, in Xing Shen's eyes, he and Han Qingqiu were a Taoist couple made in heaven. This was the greatest pleasure of a bootlicker. As long as he closed his eyes, the goddess would be his. No, the entire world would be his. All right, since you've decided, I'll send you to the Cold Moon Immortal Mountain when the time comes. As for whether it's a fortune or a trap, it'll depend on your fate. Xing Shen did not say anything else. He turned around and walked into the ancient forest. At the same time, in the heavenly palace, Ling Xiao sat in front of the table and sipped the tea in his cup. Beside him, Han Qingqiu stood quietly and did not say a word. Is it done? Don't worry, young master. Xia Feng has taken the bait. Han Qingqiu's face was cold as she replied, respectfully. Oh, you said to Xia Feng that you want to kill me. That's true, right? Ling Xiao put down his teacup and looked at Han Qingqiu with a playful smile. It was quite sudden. Han Qingqiu's beautiful eyes narrowed, but in the end she shook her head. You're the only one I can rely on, no matter if you're an immortal or a demon. As long as you can avenge me, my life is yours. To be honest, Han Qingqiu did not really like Ling Xiao. It was more like she was afraid of him. This young man in front of her dared to kill the divine messenger of the saint sect. Who else in the Xingzhou would be in his eyes? Though Ling Xiao erased part of her memory, he only erased the part about the sky demon. Even the spiritual engraving that Ling Xiao placed did not seem to have much of an effect. It was obvious that the hatred in Han Qingqiu's heart was extremely strong. It was strong enough to make her give up her life and emotions. Of course, Ling Xiao could understand this. After all, to make this woman give up her real body and turn into a human, her obsession was terrifying. I am very happy that you think this way. How should I reward you? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with evilness. Before Han Qingqiu could react, he grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Ugh! Just as Han Qingqiu was about to struggle, she saw that devilishly handsome face suddenly leaning over and fiercely pressing onto her lips. Buzz! Spiritual light flashed and wrapped around the two of them. Only faintly, one could hear the sounds of panic and suppression. Gradually, the temperature of the entire hall began to rise, and the panic in the young girl's voice turned into weak pleas for mercy. Ling Xiao, you bastard. You've learned your lesson. In the corner of the palace, Feng Ling and Ning stood behind a stone pillar. They hid their presence and looked at the shaking spiritual light. Their eyes flashed with hatred. Little ancestor, what are brother Ling Xiao and sister Han doing? Ning was confused. Feng Ling sneered, they're fighting. But it's a very interesting way of fighting. I used to watch it a lot. A very interesting way of fighting? Then how do they fight? Ning did not understand. The confusion in her eyes deepened. You won't understand even if I tell you. When we have the chance, I will show you personally. Feng Ling glared hatefully at Ling Mu, then walked out of the hall with Ning. When night fell, all was silent. Ling Xiao walked out of the palace in his starry robe and looked down at the realm below him. Behind him, Han Qingqiu's face was flushed red. She looked a little resentful. Young master, if there's nothing else, I will go back first. Wait. Ling Xiao reached out and took out a cosmos pouch. There are some dawn and treasures inside. The immortal world is about to open. There must be danger. You should prepare yourself. Chapter 5:27. This Han Qingqiu hesitated for a moment before keeping the Qingquan pouch. She bowed slightly and left. She was afraid of Ling Xiao. She had something to ask of him, but at the same time, she was also extremely wary of this evil young master who played with the world. She was afraid that before she could get her revenge, she would be killed by Ling Xiao. With the latter's means, let alone her, all the geniuses in the western border would be in his hands. Even Yuan Yao, the peerless genius who relied on the wishes of all living beings and was regarded by many god-emperors as a peerless god-emperor, was touched by Ling Xiao and threw herself into his arms. Although Han Qingqiu did not know what Ling Xiao was planning to do, but instinctively she felt that the princess of Yuan would have a miserable end. So, Han Qingqiu's guard-up was real. Her fear of Ling Xiao was also real. She might not betray him easily, but she would not submit to him easily. Only when the beautiful figure in white disappeared did the expression on Ling Xiao's face turn completely serious. In his eyes, this fairy of the cold palace was far more important than Yuan Yao or Xiaofeng. Not only did she have luck, she also had a heaven-defying secret. But looking at her, she seemed to be very cautious of him. What should I do? Ling Xiao originally thought that she would fall in love with him after a long time. But now, it seemed that this girl's obsession was too strong. Although the spiritual engraving could ensure that she would not betray him, it was not enough to make her submit completely. Looks like I have to think of a way to move this fairy of the cold palace. System. Add a point to the Xiantian ancient scripture. In the end, Ling Xiao did not think too much about it. After all, the mortal world had opened. They would have plenty of time to be alone. Han Qingqiu's guard came from her fear of Ling Xiao. But, stinky sister, I like to set up traps and kill people. But you are different. My love for you is genuine. After all, the smell on your body is really not bad. The secret to becoming an immortal? Haha, I don't know if I can become an immortal or not. But perhaps this Han Qingqiu is the only chance for me to take that step in Xingzhou. Buzz. An ear-piercing buzzing sound instantly resounded. Spiritual light suddenly shot up from Ling Xiao's body into the sky. Above his head, two celestial figures sat cross-legged, creating countless strange phenomena. His cultivation level had reached the 7th level of the divine overlord realm. Although everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the divine champion level in the immortal world. However, to Ling Xiao, these so-called geniuses of the western border were naturally nothing. However, inexplicably, the words that Yi Qingchan had said after she had devoured that remnant soul kept lingering in Ling Xiao's mind. The Shenzhou continent was in fact a prison. Among all the secret realms in the eastern border, the one in the Taishan sect was the most mysterious, and there was indeed a pair of demon gods' eyes sealed within. It was just that the person guarding the seal wasn't from the saint sect, but an old subordinate of the sky demon. Moreover, there were experts in the lower world of the Shenzhou continent who used their cultivation as a seal to suppress the sky demon's blade. Although the western border was ruled by the dynasty, there were endless disputes. However, the Cold Moon Celestial Palace was stationed here to guard the biggest immortal miracle. Putting aside the secret of becoming an immortal, it was said that less than 1 in 10 people who entered the immortal miracle to search for treasures could come out alive. The danger inside was definitely not as simple as it seemed. In other words, was there another opportunity related to the sky demon? Ling Xiao looked at the blood moon above his head with a serious expression. If his guess was right, why was the identity of the Saint Sect's divine master wrong? If he was from the upper world and was in charge of guarding this place, why would he hunt down geniuses? What kind of secret was hidden in this? An inexplicable uneasiness quietly rose in Ling Xiao's heart. With his strength, he could be said to be invincible among his peers. However, he still had to be careful in front of the Saint Sect. After all, no matter what the Saint Sect's divine master wanted to do, he was definitely invincible in this world. This could be confirmed from the knife demon's memory. Buzz. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in his soul sea. A great way cauldron stood in front of him, and the screams coming from it were especially ear-piercing. Lord Divine Envoy, how does the spiritual fire taste? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In the great way cauldron, the divine envoy of the Saint Sect suddenly cursed. Sky Demon successor, you will regret it sooner or later. No matter how long you hide, you are still no match for the divine master. When the time comes, you are indeed the leader of the Xingzhou's righteous path. Your perseverance is really moving. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and waved his hand. The spiritual fire under the cauldron instantly burned brightly. A terrifying wave of heat instantly spread out, and the divine envoy's screams became even more shrill. Ah, kill me if you can. Otherwise, the divine master will find out about the changes in the western border sooner or later. When the time comes, I will see how you will hide. Now that you mention it, you reminded me of something. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sinister smile, and his eyes flashed. However, Lord Divine Envoy, do you really think that I don't have any helpers in the western border? In the Great Way Cauldron, the Divine Envoy's eyes narrowed, and a chill suddenly appeared in his heart. Yes, this demon was so arrogant that he could command the great Xia dynasty's god emperor and great Zhou's war god. It was impossible that he did not have any helpers. After all, if sect master Taishuan's divine soul did not descend, how could a mere divine lord be his match? However, in the entire western border, who had the means to make the emperor of a dynasty bow down? Inexplicably, he thought of someone. In other words, in the entire western border, only she had such power and means. Han Yu Palace Master, Ren Yueying. Although she was from the Saint sect, she was not in an important position. She was a 7th grade divine emperor, only 1 grade lower than him, but she did not have any special honor. She was not even an elder of the Saint sect. She had been stationed at the western border for 100 years. Although she had a mission, she did not contribute much and was scolded by the Divine Lord. Could it be that it was really her? She had joined the Sky Demon. Everything seemed to make sense. No wonder this woman would send a disciple to follow him to find Yi Qingchan's whereabouts. Her purpose was not only to help the Saint sect kill the enemy, but more likely to spy on him. Now that he thought about it, the disciple of the Sky Demon was able to detect his aura when she was only a divine lord. It was thought-provoking. Ren Yueying, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. You actually dared to join forces with the Sky Demon to fight against the Saint sect. No, he had to think of a way to report this to the Divine Lord. Otherwise, the Saint sect would be corroded from the inside by the disciple of the Sky Demon. Seeing that the divine envoy of the Saint sect was deep in thought, Ling Zhao's eyes became even more sinister. Imagination was a good thing. He wanted to let nature take its course and kill the divine envoy. He also wanted to take the opportunity to uproot Hanyu Palace. With his current strength, it was not impossible, but there were many risks. In this case, could he let these 2 dogs bite each other? It would be best if both sides were injured and he could be the fisherman who reaped the benefits? Chapter 5:28. Now, the divine messenger of the holy sect must have started to connect the dots. What Ling Xiao wanted to do was to create an opportunity for him to see Ren Yueying's respect for him. In this way, seeing was believing. Only then could people believe. Cold Moon Palace Master, I didn't expect you to betray me. As for the change in the western border, Ling Xiao originally wanted to destroy the Cold Moon Celestial Palace and kill the divine messenger. Then he would spread the demonic traces to confuse the holy sect. However, now that he thought about it, if the divine messenger died here and the Cold Moon Celestial Palace was destroyed, the holy sect would be furious. At that time, Qin Wushuang and the others would be in trouble. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care about their life and death. If the divine master took control of the western border, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Therefore, someone must take the blame for the death of the divine messenger and the destruction of the Cold Palace. Moreover, this person must be a famous expert in the western border who had the strength to do all this. What? In the entire western border, the strongest person in the imperial court was only a 6th grade divine emperor. How could he kill an 8th grade divine emperor? It's okay. If he doesn't have enough cultivation, he can make up for it with evil skills. I think the dark Yi-Nyama scripture that Gue Wushuang cultivated is pretty good. At that time, the demons will help to conquer the western border, and the experts of the holy sect will come and kill him. Without wasting a single soldier, without being in the limelight, the western border will be under his control. Wonderful. I, Ling Xiao, am quick-witted, talented, mighty, and majestic. Wushuang, no need to thank me. With this thought, Ling Xiao suddenly stepped out of the boundary and walked towards the peak of the Cold Moon Mountain. At the same time, the 2 spiritual fires in his sea of soul suddenly burned brightly. The divine messenger of the holy sect instantly screamed. However, a crack suddenly appeared on the cauldron. Crack. The divine messenger's soul trembled. He endured the pain and looked down to see the black crack on the cauldron. His eyes narrowed. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, what should I say? You want to torture me, but you never thought that this cauldron would not be able to withstand the might of 2 spiritual fire, right? As long as the cauldron was broken, the seal would definitely collapse. At that time, even if he lost his physical body, he could still kill Ling Xiao with a wave of his hand. At this moment, the divine envoy wished he could take off his pants and burn the place where the cauldron was shattered. As such, it would definitely collapse even faster. But what can I do? My physical body is already shattered. How can I urinate? Is the palace lord here? Ling Xiao appeared in the main hall of Mount Han, standing in front of the hall and softly chuckling. At this moment, he could sense that the might of the ancient array enveloping Mount Han was becoming increasingly terrifying. It was even scarier than the one from the Cloudy Millet Immortal Sect. Even a rank 8 divine emperor wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time, let alone a rank 5 divine emperor like Xingxin. What? Do you really think I would ask Han Qingqiu to destroy the array? Brother, the realm moves with me. As long as I am in the array, the realm will naturally be in the array as well. At that time, as long as I secretly release Xia Feng, who will notice? When Xia Feng feels the might of the array, do you think he will be moved by Han Qingqiu's heroic act of sacrificing herself to help him? Qingqiu, you are righteous, upright, and beautiful, as expected of the true love of my life. At that time, the destined child will completely trust me. How I want to play with him will be up to my Ling Xiao's mood. Little Lord Ling Xiao. The Cold Moon Palace Master's figure instantly appeared in front of the hall, looking very respectful. Yes, she was a rank 7 divine emperor, but she wasn't in an important position in the Holy Church. Now, she had been in the desolate western border for 100 years, but she still hadn't completed the divine master's task. Therefore, Ren Yueying felt somewhat uncertain. If she couldn't find the secret to becoming an immortal in this lifetime, would the divine master never transfer her back to the central border's sacred ground? To be honest, although Ren Yueying was hesitant, she didn't have the slightest intention to rebel. She had seen the divine master's strength with her own eyes. In the Shangzhou Great Land, there was only one kind of person who dared to betray the divine master. The human realm wasn't worth it. She only hoped that in this chaotic world where monstrous geniuses were everywhere, she could borrow their hands to find the fortune. After completing the task, she would return to the central border. At that time, her path to becoming an immortal would definitely skyrocket. At the very least, even if she could become an elder of the Holy Church, it would be better than living in this remote mountain. The central border, where the Shangzhou Great Land was located. Why were there so many experts in the central border, and why were the geniuses so strong? It was because that was where the heavenly Tao was located, where the immortals lived. Senior, you are a rank 7 divine emperor. Calling me lord is too much for me. If Palace Master doesn't mind, you can just call me young master. Ling Xiao's smile was gentle, without a trace of arrogance. This made the Cold Moon Palace Master's gaze become even gentler. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. This young man is not simple. At such a young age, he is neither arrogant nor rash. His actions are upright and righteous. In the future, he will definitely be the backbone of the Holy Church. As the saying goes, if you respect me, I will respect you tenfold. Since he is the disciple of the divine envoy, when the divine envoy returns to the central border, he will definitely bring him along. If I don't suck up to him now, when will I? Haha, Lord Ling Xiao is broad-minded and upright. You are indeed the role model of the heavenly pride of the western border. The Cold Moon Palace Master nodded and smiled. May I know why young master has suddenly come? There is indeed one thing that I need to trouble Palace Master. Ling Xiao smiled gently and walked into the hall. Young master, you must be joking. It is Yue Ying's honor to be able to work for young master. The two walked into the hall side by side. At this moment, on the long table in front of the hall, there was a jade cup and an incense burner. Palace master, you also like to drink tea? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked casually. The Cold Moon Palace master immediately understood. It seems that young master is also a person of this path. Young master, please wait for a moment. I will brew a pot of Cold Moon Immortal tea, which is unique to our Cold Moon Immortal Palace. Thank you, Palace Master. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There seemed to be joy in his eyes. At the same time, the crack on the cauldron in his soul suddenly shattered. The divine envoy of the Holy Church was overjoyed. However, just as he took a step forward and was about to leave this place, the spiritual fire outside the cauldron suddenly surged and blocked his figure. At this moment, the divine envoy of the Holy Church's physical body was destroyed and his divine soul was restrained. He did not have any 8th rank heavenly emperor's might. How could he resist the power of 2 spiritual fires? Don't forget that this was Ling Xiao's soul sea. It was guarded by the ancient Panga stone. How could a god emperor be so presumptuous? However, as the seal cracked, he was able to send out a wisp of his divine consciousness. If he had the opportunity to come into contact with this Western border expert, he might be able to expose Ling Xiao's identity and win a chance of survival. His divine consciousness broke through the seal and was burned to ashes by the spiritual fire. Even with the temperament of the Holy Church's divine consciousness, a trace of despair appeared in his heart. However, this might be his only chance. If he missed it, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Of course, all of this was part of Ling Xiao's plan. Since it was part of his plan, he could not let this divine envoy succeed so easily. Otherwise, with his experience, he would definitely have doubts. First, he would make him suffer and despair. Then he would finally break through the seal and send out his divine consciousness. And then, Cold Moon Palace Master, you are indeed colluding with the demon. He felt even more despair. Chapter 5:29. Young Master, please wait for a moment. The Cold Moon Palace Master took out a furnace and a green stove from her chinquan bag. Then she personally burned incense and brewed tea for Ling Xiao using her status as the palace master. Buzz. In Ling Xiao's soul sea, the divine envoy of the sacred sect finally sent out a strand of divine consciousness from the cauldron. Feeling the fluctuation, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. He suppressed the power of the ancient Panga stone and allowed it to flow on the great Tao of freedom. Young master, the tea is ready. Please have a taste. The Cold Moon Palace master picked up the teapot and knelt beside Ling Xiao, filling the jade cup in front of him. In his soul sea, the smile on the face of the divine envoy of the sacred sect instantly froze. Did I really guess it correctly? Did Ren Yuang really side with the sky demon? Suddenly, the face of the divine envoy of the sacred sect was filled with resentment. I knew it. Apart from Ren Yuang, who else in the western border could command the sovereign lord of the western border dynasty? This woman pretended to be a member of the sacred sect and had the backing of a big tree. However, she used this identity to work for the sky demon? When he thought about it this way, everything seemed to make sense. God emperors bowed their heads and battle gods revered him, just because he was a divine overlord. Moreover, if Ren Yuang didn't side with the sky demon, why would she bow down to this young man with the might of a 7th grade divine emperor? Just because he was handsome? She even knelt down? I, Partridge Gully, am the 4th divine envoy of the sacred sect, an 8th grade divine emperor, revered by tens of thousands of people. But when I came to the western border, I didn't see you kneeling before me. Rin Yuang, you will die a horrible death. No, I must endure it. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao finds out that I accidentally saw their secret, he will definitely kill me to silence me. Even though Partridge Gully carefully concealed his divine consciousness, with his 8th grade divine emperor technique, no one would be able to detect him. However, Ling Xiao, who was drinking tea, suddenly frowned. His divine consciousness appeared in front of the cauldron. Partridge Gully hastily withdrew his divine sense and held in pain. However, a playful look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as he circled around the cauldron. Please don't find out. Partridge Li screamed even louder, trying to show the pain he was suffering and distract Ling Xiao's attention. However, before he could finish a sentence, Ling Xiao suddenly waved his hand, and a black ancient pagoda appeared in the sky. Although there was no demonic will on it, it gave off an inexplicable, familiar feeling. This tower... Partridge Gully's eyes narrowed as a trace of confusion appeared in his heart. Where have I seen him before? However, he still couldn't figure out the reason for this. Along with the cauldron, he was sucked into the 4th level of the ancient pagoda by Ling Xiao. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, Ling Xiao also appeared on the 4th floor of the ancient pagoda. Fengling, I brought you a fun toy. Given Lord Taishuan's means, it would be difficult for the divine envoy of the sacred cult to truly break the seal and walk out of the cauldron. However, since the cauldron had been broken, there was still a trace of risk. As a villain, he had to be cautious. This divine envoy was still useful. He couldn't kill him, but he couldn't keep him alive either. The demon subduing ancient pagoda could seal a true demon, so it shouldn't be a problem to trap an 8th grade divine emperor whose physical body was shattered and his divine soul sealed. However, to be on the safe side, it was best for the little ancestor to keep an eye on him personally. Only then could he be completely at ease. What toy? Feng Ling walked out of the void and stood in front of the cauldron. Until now, Ling Xiao still didn't know where this girl came from. However, she must have some kind of connection with the demon subduing ancient pagoda. There is an 8th grade divine emperor in this cauldron. I want to temporarily seal him in the pagoda. Can you help me keep an eye on him? Ling Xiao smiled gently, but Feng Ling frowned and snorted coldly. Humph. Are you ordering me to do something? Haha, an 8th grade divine emperor, the top of the Shenzhou continent. Well, not everyone can suppress him. I will think of another way. Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, Feng Ling's eyes flashed coldly. A mere 8th grade divine emperor? I can suppress him with one finger. However, you have to promise me one thing. One thing. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ling warily. This girl's requests were always tricky and harsh, especially delicious. I say, if she were to suggest stewing hua hua, should I reject her? If you fight with others in the future, don't use the spiritual screen to block it. I want to see the details. Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't say anything for a long time and finally swallowed hard. Little girl, are you sure you don't get angry after seeing too much of this? However, it's fine. She's a lowly after all. It seems that I have to seriously demonstrate some classic moves in the future. Okay, I promise you. However, don't worry, I will make him kneel. He won't be able to stand up until he dies. Disdain appeared on Feng Ling's face. She waved her hand lightly, and a layer of bright silver light enveloped the cauldron. Then, the screams of the divine emissary of the sacred sect suddenly disappeared. Even with Ling Xiao's temperament, he was shocked when he saw this scene. Although he had seen Feng Ling suppress the dragon vein with a wave of her hand, but she was an 8th grade divine emperor. If he could deal with this little ancestor, wouldn't he be able to eliminate the sacred sect easily? However, this girl's personality was really strange and unpredictable. Even Ling Xiao couldn't find a suitable way to deal with her. It's better to wait and see. I have time. I'll wait for you to grow up. Young master? Young master? In the main hall of the Cold Palace, the Cold Moon Palace Master held a copper pot and called out softly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Palace Master, I was rude. However, Lord Divine Envoy just sent me a message with his divine soul. Lord Divine Envoy. The Cold Moon Palace Master's jade-like hands trembled slightly. She also had a grave expression on her face. What did Lord say? Young Master, I was rude. With Lord Divine Envoy's means, it was easy for him to send a message with his divine consciousness. Even she had a divine sound transmission talisman with which she could communicate with Lord Divine Envoy. Therefore, the Cold Moon Palace Master didn't have any doubts. However, since Lord Divine Envoy didn't send me a message, I'm afraid there are some things that are inconvenient for him to say. Therefore, it was indeed rude of her to ask this question. It's okay. Lord Divine Envoy might think that you must be very busy, since the opening of the Immortals world is imminent. Thus, he gave me a heads up and asked me to ask Palace Master to do something. Ling Xiao smiled gently. He had a refined temperament, and an immortal aura lingered around him. A heads up. The Cold Moon Palace Master couldn't react in time. Then, shock appeared in her eyes. In just a few days, this Lord Ling Xiao has gained such high regard from Lord Divine Envoy. Since he wants me to do something, he informed young Master and then passed it on to me. It looks like Lord Divine Envoy is really planning to help young Master ascend. Strangely, the Cold Moon Palace Master looked at Ling Xiao with an even more respectful gaze.